глазах, слуха.
Уважаемые переводчики,
Проверка английского канала. Спасибо большое. Проверка русского канала. Спасибо большое. Все слышно. Супер.
Ой, я, оказывается,
Здравствуйте, коллеги. Меня слышно, да?
Здравствуйте, да, слышно.
Ага.
Здравствуйте, коллеги. Начнем или чуть подождем? У нас сейчас 30 участников, было зарегистрировано 120. Раз, раз. Коллеги, слышно? Раз, раз, да. Доступ ко включению микрофонов разрешен. Попробуйте.
Все,
Да,
спасибо.
слышно.
Здравствуйте, слышно.
Может быть, еще подождать 5 минут, раз так много участников?
Давайте тогда
Да.
5 минут подождем и потом начнем, да?
Окей, окей.
Коллеги, давайте потихоньку начнем. Остальные, наверное, присоединятся, потому что еще будет запись данного мероприятия. Так, окей. Есть там. Дорогие коллеги, добрый день. От имени Национального офиса Erasmus Плюс в Кыргызстане я рада вас всех приветствовать на нашем онлайн-семинаре, который посвящен формированию цифровой этики в высшем образовании, ответственному использованию технологий и защите прав в цифровую эпоху. Мы все видим, что высшее образование очень быстро меняется, университеты переходят на онлайн-форматы, используют цифровые платформы, инструменты на основе искусственного интеллекта, и это дает нам большие возможности, расширяет доступ к знаниям, но при этом и возникают новые вопросы, да, например, как защитить персональные данные, частную жизнь учащихся, как сделать так, чтобы технологии помогали повысить качество образования, а не вредили ему и не создавали новые виды несправедливости. Именно поэтому сегодня мы будем говорить не только о цифровизации, а о цифровой этике, о том, как ответственно использовать технологии всем участникам образовательного процесса, университетам, преподавателям и студентам. И сегодня цель нашего семинара — это обсудить ключевые этические и правовые вопросы цифрового обучения. У нас сегодня очень насыщенная программа, и мы надеемся, что дискуссия будет живой и полезной для всех. Отдельно хотела поблагодарить нашего спикера, профессора Мохаммад Халил из университета Бергена из Норвегии за его готовность поделиться своим опытом и экспертизой в области цифровой этики и использования данных в образовании. Также рада отметить, что модератором нашего семинара сегодня выступает эксперт по реформе высшего образования, президент университета Салымбеков Амангелди Жумадилович. С большим удовольствием передаю слово нашему модератору, который продолжит работу и представит дальнейший ход программы. Спасибо большое.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги, уважаемые спикеры, гости. Прежде всего, я хочу выразить огромную благодарность Национальному офису Erasmus Plus в Кыргызстане, в лице Гульнары Исаевой, в лице Нургуля. Спасибо вам за такую возможность. И в качестве модератора вот, позвольте мне сделать вступительное слово на английском языке. Ну, очень короткое выступление, вступительное слово. Сегодня, оказывается, у нас 3 часа, да, общее 3 часа, на 3 часа у нас действительно насыщенная программа. В основном у нас 3 спикера. И позвольте сначала вот поприветствовать на английском языке, а потом уже перейти на русский. Dear colleagues, distinguished guests, participants, respected experts, first of all, allow me to warmly welcome you to this seminar dedicated to the issues of digital ethics in higher education. As mentioned before, this digital ethics is becoming more important in our digital world. So, first of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the National Erasmus Office plus office in Kyrgyzstan and for organizing this important seminar and for the creating the opportunities for universities in Kyrgyzstan. And also, it's my great honor for us to welcome today international experts from Europe, Professor Muhammad Khalil. Professor Muhammad Khalil is a recognized expert in the field of learning analytics, digital educational technologies, artificial intelligence in education, digital ethics, and responsible data use. So he received his PhD in computer science from Graz University of Technology, Austria, and holds his master's and bachelor's degree in information security and computer science from Princess Sumaya University for Technology in Amman, Jordan. So Professor Khalil, Muhammad Khalil, thank you for being with us. Thank you for your time. And I guess this seminar will be very interesting and very productive for all of these participants. And we have also a second speaker from government body, Ms. Janara Bolotbekovna Kulmanbetova. She is the head of the Department of Cybersecurity and Electronic Signature, Minister of Digital Development and Innovative Technologies of the Kyrgyz Republic. And Ms. Kulmambeto will share practical experience in public regulations in the field of cybersecurity, electronic signature, and data protection, and will speak about the challenges in the context of digital transformation. So I wish all participants productive sessions, meaningful discussions, and valuable practical insights. And as I understand, so today, Ms. Gulnara will not join us, yeah? So let me give the floor to the first speaker, to Professor Muhammad Khalil. Dear Professor, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Just checking that if everyone hear me and everything is okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, very good. And as I understand, there will be interpreter, right? Like translator,
Yeah.
or it will be okay, very good. Okay, let me then start my share screen. Yeah. Do you see my screen? Okay, very good. Okay. Thank you very much to Kyrgyzstan Erasmus Plus office. It's a pleasure to be invited, and unfortunately, it is online. I wish this was to be like in person and to come and visit the city. I've never been to this area, so I was close to the Balkan, but I've never been into nearby countries like Kyrgyzstan and the other countries are around there. So it's really a pleasure to share my expertise in this topic. So maybe I can just start. Today, as you heard from the presenter, thank you very much, is that the topic will be about digital ethics, academic integrity, and plagiarism. It's a bit of more complex topics, but we thought that me and Gulnara that we will try to cover as much as possible, and hopefully it will be fruitful to you. So again, thank you for the invitation. It's an honor and a pleasure. And also thanks for the presentation about myself. My name again is Dr. Mohammed Khalil, and I am an associate professor from University of Bergen in Norway. Bergen is the second largest city in Norway after Oslo. And here you can see the where is the city, where the star is Oslo on the east side of the country, and on the west side is Bergen. And actually, Bergen is a beautiful city, but it's very rainy, so it rains a lot. Now it's also very dark out there. We don't get sunrise before like 9 a.m. And I checked the weather in Bishkek and it's like 16 degrees. So you guys are lucky because here it is like it was -3, -4. So it's really cold and it's really dark. Anyway, so Bergen sits between several fjords. It's very beautiful. It's an old Viking city. So for those who have visited, I think Norway, it's very similar, typical Norwegian city. And here are some few more pictures. It's very beautiful in summer. So if you think about visiting Bergen, don't come between October and April. Only come after April because it's very cold and then in the summer you get long days. So the sunrise starts at 2 a.m. and sunset is at 10 p.m. So it's a very long sunny day. And the University of Bergen is similar to the city of Bergen, so it's also the second largest university after University of Oslo. It has been established for almost 200 years ago. I don't know, maybe in Kyrgyzstan there is older universities, but overall it's a big university. We have 21,000 students, 4,000 employees. We have 7 faculties, and there is a beautiful museum as well as a library. I've been in University of Bergen since 2019 for almost now 7 years. And just one picture before we move on. This is the aurora from my apartment that I took in March. So the more north you go with the country, the more nice things you can see, because now it's dark, it's silent, very few people, very few lights. So you see a lot of the nature lights. And this is an aurora. So we were lucky to get this light. I actually, the first time I saw it after 5 years of staying in Norway. So I was very lucky. But now because of the climate change, I don't know exactly the reasons, but several areas in Europe, like even in the north of Germany, they could see the aurora lights, the green lights. Anyway, let's get into the topic. So, I've been giving several seminars about plagiarism and academic integrity to the Eastern Europe countries, and this one was in University of Donja Gorica in Montenegro. And earlier this year, I was in Montenegro, and in Montenegro I also gave oh sorry, this one is in Kosovo actually, and I gave also a similar speech about academic integrity. But for this one I was asked to talk more about digital ethics, and actually in digital ethics is also especially in higher education is also similar, and it is interconnected with the topic of plagiarism and academic integrity. So we will try to cover as much as possible in this side. So the question is, what is digital ethics? And actually, just to take you back to the history behind how we become more digitalized, because when we say ethics and digital ethics, so ethics is something is moral, it is available in every manner of our life. But now we talk about digital ethics. We are now living in a digital environment. We have digital education, we have digital finance, digital banking. So we have digitalization almost everywhere. And now, of course, we all of us know the revolution of the artificial intelligence and AI in almost all of our lives. So just to remind you is that in the 1700, 1800, the humankind witnessed the first industrial revolution, which was about the water and steam power that led to the trains and led, to more powerful engines. And then after that, the humankind witnessed the second industrial revolution, which is the electrical power and chemical processing led to mass production of products and items, and then people become even more serviced with a lot of products that human can never dreamed of. And then later in the 1900s, 1950s, and then we saw the computers coming, and there has been a lot of forecasting and prediction that it will be very dominant. And actually, the people and the experts at that time were very true, because now we see electronics, we see computers almost everywhere after the 60s and 70s. And then now, definitely, we have the fourth revolution, fifth industrial revolution, as many people name it. We have the digitalization. Everything is talking about data, and data is actually the main fuel for a lot of modeling, algorithms, machine learning, artificial intelligence. So, and the internet is actually one of these services that use data very intensively. So everyone should really know at least what data means and how data is really exchanged, and who is accessing the data, who is using the data, how the services are being provided. So all of these are really very important stuff to consider when we talk about digitalization and digital ethics. And just before defining digital ethics, we have to understand, because when Gulnara approached me, she wanted me to talk about digital citizenship and also several other items, but it's really not my expertise about digital citizenship. But then the digital citizenship is actually grounded in digital society. And the digital society actually has evolved as an outcome of the industrial revolution about data and digitalization and using, data and using the internet. So because it is part of our daily lives, and when human kind are now using the internet, using all the digital services, so we become a more digital society. The governments provide digital services. This is all part of the digitalization and the digital society. Even this seminar, which now it should be called webinar, is that because I don't come to in person to Bishkek, but I do it online. So we are a digital society. We are, so these parts are very important. And of course, we have ethics, like nobody can say bad words here because it is moral. We have to respect the other people. So this is all part of the digital ethics that I will give you more information later. And then we hear more about the word digitalization, digital literacy, AI literacy. So literacy, before was how people can read and write, right? So that was literacy. And then after that, we see computer literacy, and now it just stopped. You don't hear it anymore. You don't hear about computer literacy because now almost everyone has a mobile phone. Everyone has a computer. They know how to use it. Okay. And then after that, we see the internet literacy, how people are using the internet. And now it becomes not communicated anymore. So now we come into more digitalization and data literacy and AI literacy, which maybe after 10, 20 years, it will become a norm, something very normal. Nobody will just talk more about it. So the digital citizenship has been defined as the sources here below say that the digital citizenship is the ability to navigate our digital environments, anything that is digital, in a way that is safe and responsible, and to actively and respectively engage in these spaces. We all know that anything that is available of any services or anything digital, there is always something evil, there's always something good. So the definition of the digital citizenship is that we should engage with these digital services, but in a safe and responsible. If I go to the bank system, I put my username, I put my phone, I should feel safe that what I'm doing is safe and secure. But of course, we hear about hackers, we see about hacking engineering, and these things that can make and get people into trouble. And this is all part of the digital citizenship. And it's actually our and the government and the universities commitment is to force these manners, good manners, and safe manners. And then now that we live in and interact in a digital world in a similar way to the offline world, we are not always as mindful of our actions online. So this is important. We can sometimes act without realizing how it could affect our reputation, safely, and the growth as a digital citizenship. And then when we come to ethics, I mean, what does ethic mean? I can tell you it's a very complex term, and it's not easy really to work into the world of ethics because usually there's no clear and definite answers to the problems of ethics. But there are many clear things, but there are also at the same time many actions and engagement that is very difficult to define whether it's a good or whether it's a bad. So ethics in general can be characterized as a science or philosophy of morals. And then this moral is the human action, which is guided by the difference between something is good and something is evil. So, or what we say is something is wrong and something is right. So that is in general ethics, and in digital ethics, it's very similar. It's good, good manner or evil manner, but now in a digital environment, similar to the digital citizenship, similar to apply to a digital environment. And a very good and popular definition of digital ethics by Floridi and his colleague says that digital ethics focus on the moral issues related to three things: related to data, related to algorithms, and related to the practices. So, of course, when we talk about digital, then definitely we're talking about data. That is something we have all to realize and understand. And then we need to talk about algorithms. Anything of a recommendation that you get of watching a movie and then a system recommend you another movie that's similar, that's an algorithm. The AI systems or ChatGPT or Gemini or Copilot, when it is smart, it use data and use algorithms. So all of these is when you connect it to the moral issues, and the moral, remember, it should not always be something good. It can be something negative or it can be something positive. Then when it's related to the data algorithm and corresponding practices, then it is digital ethics. And then when we talk about, if we try to look at one part of this definition, which is the data, then ethics related to data can be the right access to the information. And surprisingly, the United Nations in 1948 actually has an article, number 19, that says everyone has the right to freedom of opinion and expression. The right includes freedom to hold opinions without the interference and to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas through any media and regardless of frontiers. So we're talking about something open of data. This webinar, it's open, so we invite people. So we are actually adhering to the United Nations Article 19. And I'm not sure if you heard or if you have seen these, these emblems or these symbols before. We see open access. The open access can be open access data, can be open sources. Some articles are available online. So this part of the open access practice. We have also the open data. Some people, if it's not very private or if it's anonymized very well, they can share their data. But we have to respect the humans that we are collecting their data, and this is actually part of the ethics. But there are, of course, good practices to adhere to the open data best practices. And then we see the Creative Commons. It's also a very popular practice, which actually, if you want to use an image from someone who took that image, and then you take it and then you use it in your slides, use it everywhere, we actually have to cite, we have to acknowledge, we have to thank that person. And this is for a certain level, because otherwise you might run into copyright. Even if you take the picture, put it in your slides or present it, and then after that you put the Creative Commons for that, maybe it's CC4 or CC3 or CC0, you can read more about it on the internet, but you might clash with copyrights as well, because sometimes people put pictures, images, videos, anything on the internet, and they say it's copyrighted. You cannot take it, you cannot copy it and paste it. And here we can see digital ethics here is not very, very clear, because if you acknowledge it and it's maybe from a popular company or popular publisher, usually they don't really track you down for this. But if you take advantage of this information, if you take some financial advantage out of it, you might run into a lot of troubles. So this is actually very important just to talk about in general. And then I saw this from an Indian website. Is actually one of the main dimensions when talking about ethics and data is the right to privacy. So whenever we talk about data, we have to talk about privacy. So the right to privacy is actually safeguards our control over presenting ourselves to others, and it is vital for our well-being and enable us to navigate social life. And this is actually adhered to the right that is provided on the Declaration of Human Rights in 1948. So I told you about that when you talk about digitalization, and it's just like I wanted to say that now the hype, the bubble is about AI, is about artificial intelligence. So I think it is important to talk about AI, and it's important to understand how AI actually function, how you can critique it, how you can use it. And there are a lot of discussion now in Europe, and I'm sure almost everywhere, about AI literacy. As I told you before, was computer literacy, writing literacy, and all of these things. But now the trend is AI literacy. So when we talk about digital ethics, we can't just say that digital ethics without talking about AI. It's very difficult. So it's all interconnected topics. And here, as you can see, AI literacy is a very good definition from 2020 by Long and McGurko. And they say AI literacy is actually skills and competences that should enable the individuals to critically evaluate AI technologies. Okay. And you need to communicate and collaborate with AI and use AI as a tool online, at home, or at workplace. So if you know how to evaluate some of the results from AI, if you know how to talk about it and work with it, and maybe use it safely, then you are AI literate. But the advancement of the technology is very fast. It's really very fast. And there has been discussion about how difficult it is to cope up with all these advancement. But yeah, we need to be at a certain level of understand what's going on, maybe know how to use it and know how bad it can go and how good it can go, and maybe plagiarism or cheating, which I will talk about. And hopefully in a workshop you can also be engaging and be and provide your insight about it, so it can be very informative. And there are a lot of dimensions, there are a lot of frameworks talking about AI literacy. So there is no there is no nail in stone that to say there is only one, because there are a lot of researchers working on the AI literacy. But I quite like this framework by Rachel Horst. She's a PhD, and she come up with 10 core interconnected dimensions that shape how we learn through and about AI systems. And she actually argues that describes that AI literacy is overlapping competences that shape how we learn, relate, and make meaning in our mediated worlds. And as you can see here in the picture, that we have a lot of data dimensions, algorithms, and then there are more other dimensions, let's say creative dimensions, political dimension. Yeah, but out of these many, I actually wanted just to take these 2 points that we shortly talk about, which is actually very connected to the definition of digital ethics that I told you about. It's the moral practice of data, algorithms, and practices. So the data and algorithms is almost available everywhere. So and here Rachel actually says that the data dimension is where AI systems are shaped by the data they are trained on, because data is not only that we collect and then we use it in a descriptive way, but these data is actually used to train the AI model. So if you train an AI model, for example, on people from USA, and then you provide the AI service, or you will provide the ChatGPT to the Republic of Kyrgyzstan or to Norway, it is really difficult there is a biased information there, because most of the answers that you will get from the AI system has been trained from the population of the USA. So the data is really important here, as well as actually the algorithms. So how do the algorithms system shapes not just what we encounter in our daily lives, but what we come up with value, believe, and and knowledge. And there are a lot of questions. You can actually search for Rachel Horst AI framework, and you will find a lot of nice information. And then that's a little bit of ethics about data, and how the digital society should care about when we talk about ethics is to talk about data. And now let's talk shortly about algorithms. Non-technical people are usually scared of this, but at least you should have some literacy about what does it mean to talk about algorithms. And here's a very nice figure provided by Harvard online. And here you can see that how the artificial intelligence is the big bubble, and which is here. And then beneath it, or part of it becomes the machine learning. And here the machine learning is actually in the 80s, there has been a rule-based artificial intelligence, which is if then else. If this happens, do this. They ask the system, if this happens, you can do that. So that can be an AI system, but also AI can be more complex, where it includes machine learning. And machine learning here is a field that use statistical models, use supervised, unsupervised machine learning, reinforcement learning in order to do things that is not only that you need to train it as if then, but there is much more, forecasting and prediction. And then we come up to deep learning, which is more trained onto detailed and new algorithms that looks at the neural networks. And here we have actually several things in deep learning that you might hear of, which are like, for example, the generative AI that looks at natural language processing, that process the language, process the text, tokens, and then come up with a very high level of processing that can talk like a human because it has been trained on millions and millions of sentences and words. And then we have GANs, transformers, autoencoders. It's more complex terms that is actually in the deep learning. But here's just the picture, just not to forget, is remember that artificial intelligence is a big field, then becomes machine learning, then deep learning, and actually generative AI or generative artificial intelligence is not similar to artificial intelligence because generative AI rely heavily on deep learning. Okay, so just to remind you is that generative AI is part of the deep learning, which is actually come up in the family or the biggest family of artificial intelligence and a little bit a detailed family of the machine learning. This is just short information just for you to know about it. And then when we talked about ethics related to algorithms, then we will come up with a lot of important keywords that you should be aware of. We have the bias, we have the explainability, and we have AI risks, and there are several more. But the EU Commission and the EU Council sets out what is called the AI Act. Okay, and the AI Act has 4 levels of risks. I will go in details in the next picture here. So if you look at the top part, these are in Article 5, these are very strong risks. And when it uses data and AI, and this is prohibited to be used in the European Commission. It might be different in other areas, but just to tell you that in the EU, it is not accepted to be practiced by, for example, universities or companies or business. And that is, for example, cameras that can make a facial recognition or give you a social score. And we heard about it maybe in China at some part, is that they give you a score based on your images or based on your practice. And this is a prohibited practice in the EU that you have to understand. And then we get into the second level, which is article number 6, and this is a high risk. And the high risk is actually education is part of the high risk because AI can be danger, but that is not prohibited. However, there should be further assessment, talks, discussions, committees to come up with
Пойдем. Ничего.
yes, to come up with assessment of how AI is being used in education, in employment, for example, when you send your CV to a company and then they use AI, and this AI then prevent you of applying or of being nominated. And this can be actually a high risk because it should be used ethically at some certain point and in just and fair practice. And it's really difficult to do it. And then we have a limited risk of transparency. Then you need to be transparent if you use chatbot, how the chatbot is being used, and this is a limited risk. And then there is almost minimal risk, where, for example, spam systems and so. And then here you need to use a code of conduct to do that. And there is a beautiful here a figure by Wang and Locke, which depicts a lot of the AI of the risks when it's related to the AI. And education is not an exclusion to many of these risks, like talking about bias, talking about privacy, algorithm fairness, safety, accuracy, accountability, efficiency. And there are a lot here. It's a nice framing of the risk over four levels. And then using AI definitely comes with risk, as I talked about. The risks of AI have been well documented by various publications, and the MIT AI Risk Repository actually have over 1,600 AI risks that have been categorized. So feel free to check it out. I think it's very useful. And then we see a lot of publications on the risks of AI in education, focus on many different issues, but it's not limited to the higher education. We see risks of AI related to the integrity, assessment, schools, K to 12, preschool, K to 12, higher education. We have problems or issues or AI risks which related to the staff and teachers. We see of maybe a teacher workload and really many other aspects of these AI risks. And AI outside of education can be really very dangerous as well, because sometimes people may not realize they are interacting with AI systems. There is a lack of true comprehension or failing to connect concepts beyond statistical patterns. And there has been sad stories that maybe if you have heard of or not, because for us, maybe we're adult, we're from higher education, we understand, many people could understand, but there are very young people that they don't understand that these AI systems can be just a machine. And here, for example, is a very sad story of this guy on the right that he killed himself because maybe he was chatting with a chatbot. I don't know the exact details, but his mother tried to lawsuit the tech company over AI because it was an avatar and interacting a lot with that AI that somehow maybe it was not filtered, this AI, the data behind it, the system behind this AI system has not been filtered to stop it from talking about very risky behaviors like kill or like hurt yourself. And I think there has been a big discussion a couple of months ago about this topic. So yeah, just don't only think about it in education, but AI can be extremely dangerous. AI has been used as well as we heard from media also to kill some people. And maybe you're aware of the Gaza situation and the Israeli situation where AI has been used to identify people. That's completely unethical practice. So when we talk about digital ethics, we see a lot of these words, and I think I tried to bring these words. There are a lot, but we can talk more deeply about academic integrity because this is part of the digital ethics. And very interesting, in Norway, the Minister of Education called Sandra Borch here has been caught with plagiarism. And it has been a big scandal in Norway around 1 year or 2 years ago. So it's the Minister of Higher Education who was talking about academic integrity was caught with plagiarism. And the media was really talking a lot about it, and she resigned. So she quit the job because she was told by the Prime Minister to quit because she copied a lot of her master thesis without making the right ethical practice, without referencing. It's a very easy practice to do. So I will give you a lot of good practices later on, but she copied and pasted text, as you can see here. So uh, the text on the left and the text on the right is a matching between what has been copied from one of her colleague in petroleum. I don't know exactly what was it about, but it is her master thesis. So she was copying and pasting here and there, and it was not only it's not only this text. So you have to know that there has been a lot of copy and paste, and this is another one from another candidate. So I don't know how her thesis passed the plagiarism check at that point, but probably because the digital tools becomes better and better. Okay, so it might come a time that many people will be discovered, So what they quote is that over 20% of her thesis was exactly copy and paste without any acknowledgement. So this is actually very interesting story from Norway. And then it all started on Twitter, actually. Is this guy, I don't know, it was 19 years. When you become more important or you become more popular on media, then people try to track you and catch mistakes on you. So this guy actually exposed the minister. And then this is the prime minister of Norway, who is still the prime minister. And then he asked all the ministers to report any plagiarism and cheating to him. And you know what? There has been a domino effect because also a second minister, I think the Minister of Health, also resigned because she got a lot of plagiarism in her thesis as well, or in some of her publications. And this is really very risky. It also has a lot of consequences because the this scandal of plagiarism and academic integrity issues has made the government in a trouble, and they lost public trust because the scandals damaged public confidence in the government, especially when the Borsch, which is the Minister of Higher Education, was talking about academic integrity and coming up with policies, but at the same time she was guilty of plagiarism. And then the consequences as well is that we got two ministers in Norway who resigned, and this actually made a lot of trouble to the parties because in Norway they have a lot of parties collaborating together to put the ministers. So this really created a big issue and a lot of conflict of interest to the population demand of the parties and also to the decisions that are being made. So we all know now that, of course, when there is a loss of public trust, ministerial resignation, two of the ministers because of plagiarism, then it has increased the pressure on the government, and also there has been impact that the right party has actually become more popular because of this. So it's actually very very strong consequences. And then it came up that some policy and procedural change should be implemented. So the scandals prompted the government to instruct all ministers to review their academic work before they become ministers. Because it just becomes very funny that the Minister of Higher Education or the Minister of Education who talks about academic integrity is being guilty of plagiarism. And it's not only consequences on government, but also there has been consequences that some students who have been caught with cheating and plagiarism, they feel that it is unfair that the minister is not, her master degree is not retracted, is not withdrawn, because some students, because in the government, Sandra Bush actually, she was only asked to be resigned, but she still has a master degree. And I've not been following actually what happened after that, but if I'm not mistaken, that I hear that also because of the demands from students who were banned for plagiarism and cheating, were asking why the minister master degree has not been retracted and revoked, but only us. So I think they either got another chance, or if I'm not mistaken, even the minister, the former minister degree has been revoked. So you can see how bad things can really go here. So the question, what is really academic integrity? Academic integrity are the values, are ethics, are good ethics, moral ethics that that values the honesty, the trust, the fairness, and respect, transparency in learning, teaching, and research, because we are talking about the academia here. So it's really important for students, teachers, admins, leaders to act in an honest way and be responsible with their actions. And academic dishonesty actually has many forms. It's not only about cheating and copying and paste, but there are various ways of cheating that I think you should be aware of. And one of these challenges is what we call milling. So from country to a country, from area to an area, it's really different how which one is more popular or more practiced from the academic dishonesty. And one of the popular ones in Norway, it's not really popular, but it might be popular in other areas, is milling. And then milling is very funny because you can get a diploma mill, you can get a visa mill, you can get an essay and essay bags, accreditation mills, and I will give you examples just to make you aware. So the mailing services actually is, for example, I issue a certificate or a diploma from non-accredited institute. You cheat with your exams or your degree, or someone else come instead of you. So this is actually part of the mailing issues. And there are services that are providing these things. Maybe before the AI, there has been selling of essays to students from back of the shelf. The students go to a library or I don't know, some shop, and they ask them to write them an essay about certain topic. Yeah, this is all really part of the mailing issues. And also maybe write essays for a particular topic for those of need. So you can provide services to write ethics because of that. And also there has been issues where documents to secure a visa. And I will show you an example from the UK where you need to pay £2,500 or to 4,000 to get maybe a certificate or an admission in order to get a visa to stay in the UK. So diploma and certificate, here we have an example of the diploma mails. In 2023, Iowa licensed nurse has been caught up in a national scandal involving, a scale of 7,600 fake diplomas, actually giving from Florida in the USA, nursing schools. Maybe you heard about doctors as well who have degrees, but they are all fake. And from my home country, Jordan, actually, they discovered a doctor with a fake medical specialization. So he has a degree, but it's fake. It's not real. Or maybe it has been real, but there has been a lot of mailing behind it. So maybe there are stories from Kyrgyzstan. I'm not sure. Maybe in the workshop, people can talk about it. But it's really a big issue in a lot of countries. In Norway, I haven't heard really about mailing, except more of academic dishonesty about plagiarism. It's more popular here. And then we have essay mailing. So students who struggle to write about topics, maybe they ask some people to write essays for them. I think I've been hearing, just for colleagues here, is that I've been hearing that essays might die after a certain time because it's not a good practice anymore. It's not a very good practice anymore because a lot of students are using generative AI in order to come up with a lot of text. So it becomes easy, it becomes inefficient in a way. It's very difficult to catch these generative AI, as I will explain to you later. So yeah, it's just like important. A couple of years ago, it was a hot topic, And a very funny story is the fake universities and visa milling. There has been a university called the University of Framingham, and it's a fake university. It's in the USA. It has been licensed. But then I think the U.S. Department of Homeland Security they checked them out because they received complaints actually that from students. So there is an admission, there are employees, but when they go, they don't talk about learning. They don't learn. They talk about cars, they talk about food, they talk about sport. So it's not really a real universities. So after a lot of investigation, they closed this university. You can write it on Wikipedia and you can find it's really very funny that in USA they have a complete university that doesn't provide education at all. So it's just like to give visas and access to the USA, working market, and workforce. And this is also another mailing issue, which is colleagues has been sold fake diplomas in order to help migrants to stay in Britain. I think here's with some Pakistani people who had to pay 2,500 to 4,000 in order to stay and get a permission. Then they go to the immigration office to get some visa prolongation or just visa, to stay in the UK. And then we have another issues about academic dishonesty, which is happening with research. And here there are a lot of stories. And now the stories are really a lot. A lot of articles are being retracted because they have been using AI to fake information. And this is for colleagues, including myself, is to be careful about what we reference and what we use of information. So here is one of the articles talk about a Harvard professor. He has been caught for data fraud, and data fraud is called data fabrication. So they come up with fake data. They try to fabricate data. And I will give you another example. And he is actually, if I'm not mistaken, he was talking about merely about data integrity or so, and then after that he was also caught with data fraud. It's really crazy to hear such stories. But we all know, like, for people with PhDs or master degrees or who do write articles and especially academic articles, we all know that we have to be reliable. And this is to ensure that our research is really real. There is a design, there is a methodology, there is analysis, there is a human resources being really invested in this article. So this is kind of reliability. When I bought my affiliation, when I bought my name, when I bought my colleague's name, this is the kind of reliability we have to respect. And then we have honesty. And the honesty is similar to the reliability, is that when I communicate, when I write, then I should be honest. I should be fair. I should be unbiased. And then we have respect. You cannot let your student write and then you publish the work in the name of his and use only your name or of your colleagues, or you do not acknowledge, you use other people information without respecting their work. So this is all part of the European Code of Conduct for Research Integrity. And then we have accountability, which you have to be accountable for the publication. You have to be responsible for what is being published or what is being written in your name for that research output. And then the big topic, which is the plagiarism. Plagiarism is now really a very hot topic, especially with generative AI. And a question is, what is plagiarism? Because it has not been well defined in the literature, but there are because it keeps changing. But there are good definitions here from the Council of Europe that plagiarism means using work, ideas, content, structure, or images or videos without giving appropriate credit or acknowledgement to the original source, especially when originality is expected. So the term plagiarized applies to the ideas, even content, structure, or images in question. And just to let you know that it has not been an old topic. It has been an old topic because it's from the 1800s. There was a book called The Art of Cookery by Hannah Classy, and she wrote that book, and then in the 1800s, some people were copying and publishing with their names. So she was thinking, how can she solve this problem? It's not a digital society, as I was explaining. So what she did, she signed the book, as you can see here in the image. And also, they wrote a footnote say that this book is published with Her Majesty Royal License from the UK, and whoever printed or any part of it will be prosecuted, will be punished. So this is just a funny history about plagiarism from the history. So you can see how difficult it was at the old time, and then think how you can catch plagiarism and compare it to now, where there are tools that are being used to catch cheating, but yeah, to a certain high level of efficiency. And then you might hear of copyright and plagiarism, and I think they're close to each other. But uh, for example, in plagiarism, you can share a collection of poetry without citing the author, so you don't acknowledge. The copyright, you might acknowledge the author, but you need a permission for that. And yeah, digital copyright can be more difficult than the usual and classical copyright because there are a lot of materials on the internet, but it's not really our topic, the copyright, because maybe I don't have enough knowledge to deeply go into it, but just to let you know that there is a lot of intersection here, but the copyright just to think about it as I explained to you in the Creative Commons, where you can find an image, there is a license, but there are images with a license that say do not even share at all. You don't use it, even if it's on the internet, and this is copyright. Okay, so this is just like an easy or a simple explanation of the difference between copyright and plagiarism. And then why I am explaining that plagiarism can be complex, because plagiarism is situated in culture and politics, context, ideas, social, and even language conditions. And why cultural matter? The culture matter because different cultural backgrounds propose challenges for the problem of plagiarism, because there is a difference between collectivist and individualist. So collectivist is usually where you need to attribute the community, not the individual. So maybe the history of Kyrgyzstan, they are much better to understand this, but where there is an invention, where there is an article, where there is something that is written, and who is here being acknowledged and thanked, can be a community. It's not a person. So you can see the culture can play a role here. So how can we generalize a tedious towards plagiarism across culture? It can be difficult. And this is also applied to education, can be applied to education. And then we have the political. So we show the example from Norway and how that affect a government. It's not only a person. So it has affected the government. And there are many, many examples from many countries, from Spain, from Jordan, from Serbia, from Montenegro, Kosovo. There are really many examples of plagiarism and how it affected the political decision and the political, reformation in the country. So it can be really complex. And then we have the language, and the language can be difficult because some students actually feel that they need more time to master a language, even in the local language, in Russian, in English. So these things actually can make these things actually can make language an issue where people have to invest more time to try to come up to the best language. They might read a book and then come back to it, and they might plagiarize, because of the poor writing skills. We also have that plagiarism is with ideologies, which the ideology, is usually emphasized that we need to respect integrity and originality. But plagiarism sometimes contradicts these values and create a critical problem of copyright and creativity. And here, actually, an example that how a country reputation, the ideology of a country, can be affected by academic fraud. And here, I think there is a company called Exact from Pakistan, and they have been running 370 websites for selling certificates and diplomas. So, and it was run by one person, and that person have maybe a company that they were selling, diplomas, meaning, so that's fake issues. So how it can affect a country, actually, reputation. And it's very important when we talk about plagiarism that there are different forms of plagiarism that you need to be aware of. So we have something that called verbatim plagiarism, and that is exactly copy and paste. So you copy exactly the text here. And this is an example. I showed you the example from Sandra Porsche, and here is the same. So you can see the difference between text one and the plagiarize, where the person can copy a big sentence and paste it. And that is called verbatim plagiarism. And it's an academic dishonesty practice that you should be aware of and do not do. And there is something called mosaic plagiarism. And this is a bit more shady, gray area of being caught or being reported, but it might be identified in the future better with the new AI technologies that might catch that. And this is here like two texts, the text on the top and the text on the bottom. The text on the top is the original, and the one on the bottom used the same information, exactly the same information, but with a new wording. So you don't use the same words. So instead of economics, you use business. Instead of, for example, classical, traditional. In case of result, outcome, and I'm sure in Russians or in other languages, they have a lot of synonyms, right? So you rephrase the words and you don't acknowledge it. Okay. So if you want to use something like that, it's not bad, you can use it. You can do the same, but you need to thank the guy or the person or the group that came up with that idea. Okay. And it's not really hurtful. You just do it and everything will be fine. And there is something called self-plagiarism, which is a reproduction in part or in full of work that someone has written before. Okay. So this means that you write a topic and then you try and then you take similar ideas all the time. This can be called self-plagiarism. And then there is something called collusion, which is a collaboration between two or more students, for example, in preparing a piece of work that is then presented as their own individual work. Okay, like 2-person, 3-person, and then each one present that say, this is my own work, this is my own work, and this is my own work. And actually here's a case where several students were suspected of making a collusion in the final exam, and the suspicious arose when the exam papers submitted by different students actually are very close in results, are very close in the information. So this is an example of what we call collusion. It's very popular in universities, especially with students from bachelor level. And then we have something called accidental plagiarism, which is non-intentional. You don't really mean bad, but unfortunately you plagiarized. And this is when the writer does not realize that they have plagiarized other work. It's an accident because you forgot to cite or to acknowledge. There's no cite. The citation used was incorrect. And for example, if you use exactly verbatim, you don't use quotation. So it's just like you don't have the bad intention, but it's just an accident. And we have also fabrication, like I showed you, data fabrication. And here we have the Harvard case. So John Darcy case for medical health, where he was caught playing with the data. And for example, he was saying, I reported data of 24 seconds or 24 hours, 72 hours, 1 week, 2 weeks. But in reality, it was only minutes in the experiment. So in the experiment, he was maybe doing something about, I'm not sure exactly the case, but he was reporting false data instead of the real data. And here, as I told you, there has been 72 hours, 24 hours, but in fact, everything has been happening in a few minutes. And he was reporting it incorrectly in the article or in the journal that he was writing. And be aware, this is like from Harvard, like the best universities in the world. So it happens almost everywhere. And then we have also the case of John Sudbo from Norway. He fabricated data in the important journal or magazine called Lancet British, and he was specialized in cancer. And 13 articles has been withdrawn for this person, and he was revoked. I checked him out, and I saw that he's a chief. He's a clinic chief in Norway, in some city in Norway, but with very limited access. So he cannot work in academia because of this bad behavior. Then we have plagiarism in scientific writing. We have actually reasons behind plagiarism. It can be unintentional, that many authors commit text plagiarism unintentionally because they are simply not aware, they don't know. There is linguistic, as I told you, the language issues, they are bored, they try to make good. There is bad time management. People feel stressed about something. There is a deadline. Oh, I need to copy and paste quickly. There is immoral personal ambition of poor educated individuals who, and the problems here with, bad manner. And we have bad academic integrity culture at the universities and schools, for example. So the institution culture does not prioritize or enforce academic integrity, may contribute to, the attitude towards plagiarism. But now we talked about a lot of bad practices, or like the bad examples, right? But now, what are the best practices here? So the best practices actually can be a very simple rule. Here is that do not copy and paste. Okay, so you don't copy and paste, uh, and if it's not your work, just credit it, just acknowledge it. So if you feel guilty and or not comfortable, probably you are in a wrong place. Probably you are plagiarizing. So you need to be careful. So when you write, something, copy and paste, use double quotation, use a right reference, and there are a lot of resources over the internet that you can really see about it. So, and then I checked several universities about how do they fight anti-plagiarism. So this is good for leaders or admins or policy drivers, is that senior management, they can create web pages devoted for plagiarism and other ethical issues at the universities. So here's an example from University of Oslo. They give you rules, what to avoid, what is permitted, how to use generative AI, how to write, how to submit an assessment, an assignment and then being assessed, so it's just like information and to make people aware. And then the University of Amsterdam, they have senior management to dedicate email address to contact center, ethical committee for ethical concerns, because usually the ethical issues usually comes to committees where the committees sit together and come up with a decision about the case, because there are clear cases and there are a bit more complex cases where it needs um, a lot of discussion to come up with a final outcome. So ethics advisory board is important to provide guidelines. Another good practice from University of Notre Dame is to provide guidance, policies, tutorials, webinars, and academic writing courses for not only the students, but also to the staff, researchers, to avoid plagiarism. So you make not only web pages, but also you create or you add videos and more, tutorials over the weeks, or maybe some courses for students or staff to start with before they start their job or their studying. Another good general practice for anti-plagiarism is the ethical committee can arrange, meetings and at least, for example, once a year, and to discuss issues or discuss, some good practices to disseminate and to talk about the problem of plagiarism. And this can include, as I said, tutorials, webinars, seminars about it. Maybe this webinar can be a good example as well of how the Erasmus Plus office is really trying to raise the issue of academic integrity and inform the universities about it. Also, for example, in Norway, they use a plagiarism tool to show, like, if a student wants to submit a master thesis or a PhD thesis, or for example, some articles, and then they enable plagiarism detection tools, and students and staff should be informed that their material will be exposed to these tools and with further investigation. So this is also one of the good practices. There are many tools out there, not perfect, but they are good tools. And you need to enable sanctions, of course, and punishment in that case. And student plagiarism should be dealt equitably and in a fair manner. We also have to enable strict compliance with the rules, and staff members are obliged to report cases of misconduct. So the teacher cannot, for example, stay silent about some students because of some plagiarism. If it's serious, I think it should be reported. And not only on the negative side, but we can also look at the positive side that we can enable something called clean records for graduate students who are awarded with a ethically compliant, manner in their courses and their final exams because they have been good students and they have clean records. And for exams in classrooms, more to take that into the physical spaces where we need to enable anonymity, changing exams, layouts, reduce cheating and educational, corruption. That is all part of good practices. And enable the possibility of anonymous reporting of academic misconduct can be also a good advice. There's also the similar to the Erasmus Plus here, where exchanging programs like Erasmus Plus mobility on particular topics, not only in general, but for example, on topics of academic integrity, to bring new ideas, new expertise to the country can be very helpful as well. And to talk about academic integrity and plagiarism from a European context, there are two main sources to read about the EU policies on academic integrity and plagiarism. The Council of Europe Platform on Ethics, Transparency and Integrity, ETI-NED, and the European Code of Conduct. Both have been based on several committees meetings and come up with several recommendations. And I think I've seen there's a call for experts in 2025, 2026. So there might be a new document coming soon, especially with the generative AI become more popular and more used. So I think it needs a little bit of refreshment. But here are some of the actions that I thought they can be of interest, like students, researchers, staff should be supported by education institutions. The assignments to students should not heavily rely on essays, but they should rely on critical thinking, academic writing and research. And we have also that we need to ensure awareness of increasing protection against education fraud and academic dishonesty. Also, all curriculums, whether or not prescribed by law, should face strong emphasis on building students' confidence and maybe take serious steps to prevent activities that constitute education fraud and so on. These things are available on the internet. You can read about. Plagiarism consequences advised by the EU that there is almost no direct action to be taken for plagiarism, but for academic fraud, the mailing and so there is certain good sanctions, but plagiarism at some point can be difficult to have a direct actions because I told you plagiarism can be complex, can be subjective, depends on policies, depends on countries, and depends on the National Ethics and Research Committee, who can really help to have an agreement about the decisions. And now when we talk about plagiarism, we definitely have to talk about generative AI and plagiarism. It's a very important topic. So we published an article in 2023 about ChatGPT and rethinking plagiarism, but please be reminded this is exactly very early in 2023. So we did it right after ChatGPT was available to the public. But what we did is that we asked the ChatGPT to create essays. So we asked it to create 50 essays, and then we exposed these essays to two popular tools. These tools are Turnitin and Authenticate. I'm not sure if if it's used in Kyrgyzstan or in the Russian language. I'm not fully aware of that, but it's very popular tools. And so what we did with these 50 essays is actually we created the 50 essays based on different topics. We saved them and we got 25 to Turnitin and 25 to Authenticate. And then we put it to the Turnitin and Authenticate in order to see how much plagiarism, how much cheating is there. And we got interesting results. We got 0% and we got 64%. So some of the essays were really past the plagiarism check tools. And here is you see something called similarity check, where some of the articles or essays of 500 words avoided completely the plagiarism 7% only. This is nothing. 3%, 14%, 2%, 30%. And this is an example how the very popular tools, and they call it very efficient, they could catch the plagiarism or the cheating or copying from generative AI. And the reason actually behind it is that because generative AI is trained on data that is available on the internet, but it's not like a Google search. Google, when you or like any Yahoo search or whatever search or Yandex, is that when you write what you want to search, then it get you the source. But the generative AI, it has been trained on a lot of text, and this text is being used natural language processing to give you complete different forms of the languages um, that give you answers and give you essays, give you text that's very difficult to catch by the tools. This is another example. And this is the example of 64%. And it's from the topic was laws of physics. So of course, the generative AI will not be able to come up with a new physical law, right? Because it's the world um, regulation and the world how it's the earth how is being designed that we cannot come up with something new. And this is why here the plagiarism check tools, the Turnitin could catch that 64% of this topic has been uh, like with a lot of has been um, how to say is has been communicated that there is 64% similarity here. Yeah, so this is the rest of the results. As you can see here, we got 17 articles out of 25. That got less than 10%. This is really very scary. So what are the interesting remarks here from this paper is actually that we published that students may possibly use ChatGPT to complete essays, type assignments without getting caught. And we saw that topics matter. We show evidence that plagiarism with ChatGPT is already a pressing concern, and popular anti-plagiarism software companies are in a challenge. And you know, the more that you get more complex with these things, is the more that you think you're smart, there is even more smarter people who, with the tool that you, with the generative AI, that if you use text now, there are tools that try to catch and say, oh, sounds like a machine. There's something called humanizers, and the humanizers are actually typically attempt to make AI content sound more casual and engaging like a human. So what are the best practices with generative AI? Shortly before we finish, is that generative AI or other editorial assistants may only be used to give advice. So I think generative AI can be used very good in correction, in punctuations, in translations, in ensuring text follows certain grammar or syntax. Maybe it can give you ideas, no problem. But yeah, you should be aware how much you are using the idea that's provided. It's okay now. I mean, almost everyone is using that to give them more ideas and thoughts. Maybe it can be used for sentences, also ensuring formatting, for example, improving the positioning of tables and figures can be used. But you have to be careful that a lot of these generative AI give you references that are fake, that are not really real, and it's happening all the time now. So this is really risky. Also, other advices that I really want you to be aware of is that when you use generative AI, do not copy and paste. You have to carefully read what has been written there. I've seen crazy things really being generated by generative AI, being copy and paste. And this is really very risky for you as well. And you need to verify the resources because I think there is hallucination. It's still available, the hallucination, even though we have now ChatGPT 5 and other Google Copilot but there is a certain level of risk where the resources provided is not real. For teachers, then it's really subjective. But what I can say is that you have maybe three forms. Um, you can make it closed that you say you tell your students do not use generative AI. You can use it as conditional. Conditional. Yeah, conditional, which is that, for example, you uh, uh, can make certain part of your course or assignment or exam being okay to be used with generative AI, for example, and there is an open usage. In my lecture, sometimes I give the freedom, but I tell them, please tell me if you use generative AI, if you use ChatGPT, no problem. If that helps you, it's okay to me, but you need to make a presentation. And luckily, the presentation cannot be done by ChatGPT. It should be done by a human being. So if they want to present, we will ask them a question. So you have to think about critical thinking. You have to think about more innovative, creative type of assessment. Do not rely heavily on essays because it can be very difficult. Yeah. So yeah, that's it for the first part of the this presentation. Yes. So I know that. Yeah. Go ahead, please.
Professor Muhammad Khalil, thank you for the very insightful presentations.
Thank you.
As myself, I learned many things from these presentations, and it was very interesting for me about the research regarding this plagiarism in when we use this generative AI, ChatGPT.
Yeah.
It's a very impressive and very interesting. And actually, we have 50 minutes before to close these sessions, and so maybe we can give them maybe some times for our participants to ask questions, or we can make it we can make this give you maybe 15 minutes to say another, or we can make a break and then to continue this in other sessions.
I wanted to say that I know there is another presentation from me about learning analysis. Do we have time for a break if there is no question?
Yeah, at this moment, regarding this our programs,
Yeah.
we have a 15 minutes before to break.
Okay.
50 minutes. If it's okay, you can maybe share the presentation and then we go to this break.
Yes. Okay. So yeah, if there's any questions, maybe we can take it now or take it later, no problem. But I can start my second presentation here because we will talk about AI and learning analytics and just a second. Yes. So this is for the second presentation, but yeah, maybe it's good we take some break if you agree. Yeah, and if anybody has a question, they can write in the chat, and then maybe that interpreter or translator can help me to translate, and then we can answer. Yeah.
Уважаемые коллеги, есть предложение по программе. У нас через 15 минут как бы небольшой перерыв, но да, и вот я предлагаю на 15 минут перерыв, да, а потом уже продолжить вторую презентацию. Мы чуть-чуть опаздываем, поэтому сейчас где-то 10-15 минут перерыв, потом через 15 минут вторая презентация. И я попрошу нашего дорогого эксперта, профессора Мухаммада Халила, сделать презентацию в течение 20 минут, если это возможно. То у нас будет воркшоп на 30 минут.
Хорошо.
И потом у нас два других спикера и обсуждение итогов. Тогда, если нет возражений, коллеги, Объявляю перерыв на 15 минут. Dear professor, is this okay for you?
Or what? Sorry, because
It's a break time for
yeah.
15 minutes, and then we can
Okay.
continue.
After the break, do we have the presentation or the workshop?
Presentation.
Just
If
the
it's possible, could you make it in 20 minutes? Your presentations, it's a second presentation.
yes, yes, yes. I can make it short. Yes.
Okay,
And
thank you.
then we come back after 15 minutes, right?
50 minutes. Yeah.
Yes. 1-5. It's just okay. Yes. Thank you.
первичной информации
Уважаемые коллеги, тогда продолжаем, да? Сейчас будет вторая презентация. Yeah, Professor.
Yes.
Yeah, you can continue.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, of course.
Yes. Okay. I just saw a question by Elvira asking if the tools that I presented are paid. Yes. Usually these tools are very expensive for for individual or for personal usage. And usually they are brought by the ministries or by the universities and or by journals. But the free versions, there are free versions, but they are really not good. Like you cannot really rely on them. Maybe in Kyrgyzstan there can be a service provided that you can use more than one tool. There is also some other tools I think called Orange or so in University of Bergen. They actually do not provide Turnitin, but in Turkey, for example, they provide Authenticate for free like for users for universities, but it's not free. So the free versions, I will not say they are good enough, but maybe now with generative AI, maybe there are some persons who share nice tools, but I'm not aware of a good one so far from my side. I hope I answered your question. Okay, now moving to another topic, just a second. Yeah, moving to another important topic. Now we talked a lot about plagiarism and the ethics, and now in education. Now I want to tell you about the AI in education, something called learning analytics, which is actually my specialty that I've been working with for a long time, and because we use the data about learners. And then, of course, we clash with the topic of privacy and data surveillance. So, uh, because of the digital society, because digitalization is available and almost everywhere, and education is not an excuse for that, it's actually there. We use these learning management systems, Canvas or edX or MOOCs. I don't know if what or Moodle. And usually students log in and use these things, and they leave the traces behind them. And these traces can be used for, to maybe improve the learning experience. And this is just an example of a lot of the learning environments, learning platforms that are available. I'm sure many of you maybe heard of one or two or even more of these tools. And the data that is available now, it's really a lot from our students. Uh, Maybe you're aware of assessment grade. Like there is an assessment, digital assessment that are linked to the students' names. There are clickstream data, which is how the students are interacting with the platforms, logging information, forums, uploading assignments. There is some practical other, not very efficient information, but mouse movement. There is multimodal information like using, eye tracking and more piloting devices. We have demographics like what's your gender, what's your age, what is your current status, what is your religion? I don't know, these questions. And there is also social media. It can be used as a combination to provide a good experience to the learners. And this is just another example of some of the data that are being used in the last years. But now we also see new sort of data that's available by the generative AI and some extensions of the generative AI. So and the data here is still sometimes it can be a bit limited because they are usually on the provider side. So, but it's just like there is a lot of data that are available by students and that can be used to improve the experience. And here's just an example of when the students enroll in a university, they come up with their high school, grade. There's demographic information, and then they register, they pay the fees, maybe they start to log into a system, they go to classes, attendance, they do some assignments. So it's a long history, it's a journey of data that is being available about the students. And with all these data, we have been really thinking that the humankind has been always trying to quantify things, try to make numbers out of things. And this is very similar to the AI and education and also learning analytics, where we try to quantify these things and try to define learning. And very nice example here, for example, the chili, as you can see here, when you eat a chili, something spicy, there is a degree how spicy it is. This is called Scoville scale. And also, if you make coffee, you need to put some 18 grams, 19 grams of a perfect espresso. I wish I am in Kyrgyzstan maybe to try out the Kyrgyzstan coffee. I don't know what is it, but maybe I would assume something close to Turkish coffee. I don't know, maybe. But also there is a lot of standards here. We also have radiation, is that we try to see, how much radiation is there. And there are a lot of forms, but this is really very interesting because in learning, we actually try to quantify things. And from these data from students, we can actually understand sentiment, whether a student is happy, whether a student is sad, whether a student is stressed. This is from the data. We can also see someone behavior. How do they react? Are they engaged? Are they not engaged? We can see the social connections in the social network analysis, how students are engaging with the material, how students are engaging with their colleagues. And then we try to see how learners learn and maybe have a predictive analytics, which is we expect the student will fail. We expect the students will do something. And this is actually gave the birth of the field of learning analytics and AI in education, AIED. And so there has been a lot of high expectation behind this. And just to simplify it to you, what is learning analytics? And I think it's important to know what it is because it's an important field right now in Europe and in USA. So it is actually the use of data about students in order and the activities, of course, in order to enhance the learning, in order to enhance the education. And there is a community called Society for Learning Analytics Research called SOLAR, and they have a lot of very good conferences. It's called LAC, Learning Analytics and Knowledge. Started from 2011, and it has been going on. And in 2026, actually, next year, we're having it in Bergen, and I'm one of the BC chairs there. So it's actually an important community, and it's very connected to AI in education. If there is an interest, just from some of you. And then there is consortiums and association focus about predicting what is the future of education, digital education. And we have seen artificial intelligence in a lot of these documentation since 2021, 2022. We see learning analytics, we see micro-credentials. It's a lot of topics, but I just wanted to say that in 2024, they predicted that the use of learning analytics will continue to rise. How we can use these data in order to make analytics about students, improve learning, and etc. And it's very similar to closing the loop between different fields, but learning analytics is also similar, where there is data, as I showed you, about students, and then there is maybe a model that use the data, algorithm, model, and this model then try to make some transformation, prediction to help a student not from dropping out, to help a student to pass a course, And there is an overlap between artificial intelligence and learning analytics, because in learning analytics, there are a lot of machine learning being used for the prediction, there is visualization, there is machine learning, and yeah. And actually, the results of learning analytics can be a recommendation. We recommend the student to take this course because he did good in that course, or maybe some quality assurance of the courses, quality assurance of the curriculum, and also provide some interventions to the students. And the variations for the types of the analytics is wide. There is descriptive analytics. If we start from the bottom, there is a diagnostic analytics. And the more you go up, the more increasing in value the analytics become, and also the increasing in complexity and the ethical complications. Because when you come up with a predictive, then we can say, what do we expect the students to happen? What is the moral? What is the ethical issues that might imply here? And of course, learning analytics, like from I explained here, seems very positive. So there are mixed methods. There's a mixed messages here. We see here. I wanted to show you on opportunities and challenges. Opportunities, I call them utopia, and I will go over them quickly because my topic here is more about the ethical concerns, which is the dystopia. But here the utopia is that the data from learning analytics can enrich the learning theories. So we have been really into a lot of theories in the classical way of teaching. We know a lot of theories, and then we have been evaluating these based on questionnaires. But the learning analytics and the AI in education can provide another dimension for these theories. So it can maybe see and provide a better assessment of whether these theories are working well in classes or not. So this is just a picture, maybe it's not of important. And here, for example, I show you one course from Coursera that it was from the Netherlands. We published a paper about it in 2019. So there has been some intervention or prompt to the students to learn and how to study the course. And it is based on self-regulated learning theory. And then the field of learning analytics has helped us actually to harvest the data about students after permission and then try to see how the students are learning actually and whether the videos or the intervention has helped them. And what we saw here, maybe this is of interest, that because it's two groups. Group number one were exposed to the self-regulated learning, intervention, and the one on the right without the intervention. And the learning analytics could, and yeah, and then the picture here can provide us with a good overview of how the students are connected. The students with the intervention are actually more connected, giving a better overview of how the students are progressing with the activities in the course. And the students on the right, actually, without the intervention, we saw that, for example, they have been doing the activities randomly. So here, the field of learning analytics has helped us to examine the course, examine whether a theory is working or not. And then the field of learning analytics and the identification and the AI in education has helped enabling new forms of learning spaces. So we see such a picture from old-fashioned distance education where there's a teacher and having a lot of students. And then really this is a distance education, the guy or the students in the back because it's distance. But actually very interesting in KU Leuven here, where datification is being used in classes. This is a very hybrid mode from one of the colleagues in KU Leuven, where they have students, teachers, and there is a Zoom operation, not only Zoom, but there are also operator that help the students to ask question, answer. There are a lot of cameras inside the room, so this can really help. So imagine how much data is being created in such classes. It's complex, but these things maybe can provide or can provide a better environment in the future. And here we have something called Remote Labs. It's a European project that is funded, and I was the PI here. We actually wanted to provide remote labs to the students. And here, for example, just like here, an example I want to show you that in labs we bought cameras and stuff. We make live stream. We recorded the live stream. We try to make a platform with the students to engage. This is actually very good of digital applications in education forms. And actually here you can see As well, there is more space for collaboration. When we record the videos of the labs, there are a tabletop and more an environment called Harry Numerique from the French partner from the project, where they actually group the students, the teachers ask questions, and there are a lot of discussions. Very, very interactive system. And from the learning analytics, then we wanted to see if the students were engaged with the videos online, whether of the interactions that have been happening with the questions, and as well as with the tabletop, where we also wanted to see how the students are interacting with the data that is, sorry, how the students are interacting with the material between each other and how much clicks they are doing on that tabletop. So learning analytics has helped us with this. And then we have also different forms of learning analytics. For example, just to go quickly here, there has been a course available. Then this is an analytics available to the teacher. And then the teacher can make some kind of intervention. Here, for example, you see the rows. There are students. There are red color, yellow color, and green color. The green color show that the students are on track. Everything is okay. There is a lot of engagement. The students with the red ones are actually the students at risk. Maybe they have only looked in once, but never come back. So that's a sign of a dropout. And then the teacher could send an email to the students, maybe arrange a call or come to my office and yeah, something like that. And this is also very similar from Australia. The teacher can provide a simple AI system where they give if then else. If the students come, send them a message. If the students is away, give him a message, something like that. And it's a popular one. We also see the reformation of new learning environments. Here is very popular, like a system where a teacher can wear as a glass, a VR, and then they can see, a note over their heads about if the students is doing well or not doing well. This is more advanced, but it's more on a piloting. It's not easy to apply, but this is very interesting, systems. And this is actually as well in China, very interesting. The students wear such devices over their head, and the teacher can see who is distracted and who is concentrated. This is also very interesting, and in this case, of course, it's based on data. There are a lot of mistakes that can happen. And this is actually drive us to the ethical issues of such devices and such technology in learning analytics and AI education. So the first number one, the ethical concern we got here is the privacy and data protection issues. So we have a lot of proctoring technologies that now are being used in our students. So students are questioning whether their data is being used morally or not. And then luckily the EU come up with a GDPR, which is the General Data Protection Regulation that give people the ability to drop from their data being used or being collected. And actually, in 2015 and 2023, like as a development, if you remember, closing the loop thing with learning analytics, we see that there are a lot of issues happening in all the stages of learning analytics. From data collection, it might be collecting too much data, it might be collecting sensitive data. In the analytics, can someone drop out? Is there statistical problems in the analysis? Is the data anonymized well? We have also in data reporting, are we communicating correctly the interventions? Is there any statistical problems? Is the data anonymized? Is there any bias, And for the whole process, then we come up with a lot of also other issues. And this is from my colleague Paul Prinsloo, who actually have a very nice example how the students in the environment in the universities who is actually collecting data, and we see a lot of data being collected about the students and some interesting questions. Who has access to this data and under what circumstances, under what reasons, and how is the data being used? And who actually govern the use of this data. This is all very interesting information. And for example, when students register to Physics 101 or Chemics 101, then there are a lot of data being collected similar to the journey I told you about, the demographic data, the learning experience, the clickstream data, the assessment data, the student center data, library data, and a lot of survey information, as well as the intervention. So all of this information is actually being collected about the students. So what are we going to do about it? How the GDPR is being applied? So all of these questions are very important, and there are a lot of variations how these are addressed. A very interesting ethical issue here is that reducing people into and teaching and learning into data. So we should be very careful when we reduce teaching and learning to data forms, because even though it helps us to understand learning and learning complexity, we should be careful reducing people into metrics, because learning is complex and people are not numbers. People are a human being. People have stories behind them. They have imaginations. They have creativity. So, so we should be careful really about how we handle the human being. And then the last here, ethical dystopia here, which is platformization. The problem now with generative AI and platforms that are being really led by big tech companies, tech unicorns. And there's an issues of treating courses as a commodity and students as customers and pedagogical models as for you being used for data surveillance. It's really very tough questions. And unfortunately, I don't have good answer to that, but this is the reality. OpenAI, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, they are really big unicorns. They have a lot of money, much more than academia. So it's really a lot of interesting questions that arise here, and we hope the governments should help these, the academic institutions to deal with these, monetization of education and the platforms. But luckily, there are some governmental good practices and regulations that are now being driven by the EU and the universities and government. But a good 5 principles is that if students don't wish their data to be collected, that should be, respected. And so what kind of data is being collected is also important. And if you store a lot, the data being used for a long time, this is really not caring. It's really more about using the data. And students' behavioral data should be invited for conversation with the students being surveyed and being respected. We also see that uh, 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 if we have data about students, does that mean we have to collect it or not? So this is also an important aspect. And we have to respect when the students want to opt out and to withdraw. And the GDPR actually now enable this feature. And last but not least, here we have students should feel safe about the learning spaces, not as a data surveillance, machines where we only use the students to collect their data. And there are several courses actually. One of them is this one. It's available online. It's free. It's called Learning Analytics, a Primer. I was one of the authors here. So there is 1 or 2 chapters about ethics if you're interested. And also we have very, very interesting and important guidelines that are published recently. For example, here, departing from the European Union commitment to the Digital Education Action Plan 2021-2027, we see such a report that has a very good, ethical consideration for the use of AI in education and learning analytics that come up with, human agency. We have to respect them, the just and fairness, the humanity, and the justified choices, and they came up with several, key requirements for trustworthy AI. Another very, very interesting article or guideline that's very simple. You can read it and understand it quickly. Is the UNESCO guideline for the use of AI in education. And here you can see a flowchart saying that, do you know how AI generate your text? Yes or no? If yes, then you can move ahead. So it's possible to use ChatGPT or avoid using it. It's very, very interesting. You can read it, and the link actually here we will share the PDF later with the Erasmus office of Kyrgyzstan. And we have also a framework provided by McGill, Microsoft, and Pearson about the ethical AI in education. And here they cover really several matters about ethical design, the transparency, the privacy, the equity and assessment. And it's actually 9 criteria with a lot of rubrics information there. So just before finishing, I wish I could have spent more time on here, but maybe we need to move to the workshop. But here is really valuable information, and I put a link here that we will share this PDF with you. And there are a lot of good information, very easy to read, not complex, that can be very helpful. If how do you want to use AI in your class? How ethics is very important. How to use ChatGPT in a respectful, responsible manner. So, just final remarks is the need to apply ethical principles to AI in education and learning analytics will keep growing because the technology advancement is strong. But how can we enforce ethics? The problem with ethics and moral practice, we cannot enforce them. We have to rely on human accountability for that. So we really need the government and civil society to actively take further steps to ensure that learners, educators, and the members of society have strong understanding of AI and its ethical implications. So I will stop here.
Yeah, Professor, thank you. Thank you very much. So, as I informed, our workshop will last 40 minutes, yeah?
Yes. It could be,
So,
I mean, it could be, how much time do we have now?
so we have a 50 minutes, so we can use another 10 minutes for your presentation, or we can last maybe do this workshop in 50 minutes. So it's up to you.
No, we can. I think we can go with the workshop. I think it's better.
Okay.
What we can do is let me share something. So the workshop, how many people do we have? We have 50. No problem.
50.
Yeah. So they can discuss in Russian, no problem. And I actually created the workshop in Russian as well. I use
Nice.
I use generative AI to help me out. Just a second. Yes, just a second. Let me. Yeah. So everyone, hopefully the people who have stayed here for a long time, uh, we talked about academic integrity, we talked about ethics, we talked about privacy. So we wanted, I mean, instead of me keep talking and getting tired and drink water all the time and so I wanted you to think about it. So I actually told Gulnara instead of me keep talking, she asked me for 4 presentations. I told her I can't do it, I will die. So I told her that let's do two and let's give the space to the people to think about some things. So the workshop can be, because of the time, we can have 45 minutes. We need to make 3 breakout rooms, so maybe 15 to 20 each room. And there is 2 questions for each room. Each room will have a separate topic. They all about academic integrity and so, but the focus is different. One is the focus on students, the other is focus on teachers, and the third is focus on leaders. So and then you will come back and maybe report or do something just out of the discussion, please. Just one of you to just report a little bit, just to feel that there has been some discussion. Here is the questions, and I actually created them in a document. So here, just shortly, the room number 1, the focus is on learners. So there is 2 questions. What Think about insights or think about things that happen with academic integrity and ethics. Here the questions, and then for the number 2 is teachers. Here with AI become common in teaching. How do you think we should use it responsibly? And how can we use AI technologies and that? So you can discuss these questions and come up with some insights. And number 3 is that for leaders, how can we tell the students about their privacy and how we are collecting their data? Do you have some ideas? What is the best practices? As well as, do you think the policies that are available in Kyrgyzstan in your institute is sufficient? Do you think that we need more or so? So this is the workshop will be about, and I will now upload for you here in the text. You can download it from the chat. I added here. So in the chat is actually it's just the same. So group number one, I put the questions in English and in Russian. For group number two is the same, and for group number three is the same. So maybe sorry, I didn't get your name. Amangildi. You're muted.
Just Aman. You can name someone.
Aman, Aman. Yes, Aman.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
now we need to, so here is the document. And just for people, sometimes some people might not be able to download it. There is also a link. It's actually the same. Um, it's the same document. So Aman, if you can make 3 breakout rooms, maybe just remember, you have to know that what is group. If you go group number one, the focus is on students. Group number two, the focus on teachers. Group number three is the leaders. Yeah, if you can create a breakout room, do you know how?
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
Коллеги, поможете, да? Вот, нам надо выбрать 3 варианта. У нас workshop разделится на 3 группы, и прошу выбрать
Hello. Should we start discussion? Which group is it?
Hello. Actually, there are three groups now. So for each group, maybe I don't know if you can join the group or you cannot.
No, which group is it?
There are three
Or
groups. You can select.
should we choose ourselves?
You can. Actually, it was automatic, but you can go to. Let me check which room has. Group number one has 18. Has group number. I think you should go to group number 2 or 3 if you want.
And how can we choose the group?
I don't know. Let me check. But
I thought we will be divided automatically or not.
yes. Let me check. Uh,
Group 2, if possible, please, for me.
yes. We need Aman to help us, but I'm trying to see if I can send you. View stop spot rename allocate. Um, mhm.
Ah, mm,
Your name is in Indira and
yes.
uh,
Group 2.
yeah, but I can't find your name here on the list because I can move you if I can find you, but it seems. Oh, okay, maybe here I write. Yes, I find you. Let me. It says, yeah, group 2.
Yes.
Okay, let's see if it works.
сабакка катышпаган балдар. Значит, бүгүнкү WhatsApp'tan жазып коебуз. WhatsApp'tan келбеген балдарды жазып коебуз. Мына кирген балдардын азыр киришпеди, мына фамилиясын көрдүңүз, балдар. Аларны булганча бүгүнкү теманы жазып
Did you close the breakout room, Aman?
Yeah, third session we closed it.
Sorry?
Third session, third group.
Okay. But now we can close. Maybe we can send a message to say that let's wrap up or close.
Yeah. We discussed about it. I guess they will
Yes, but
come to.
we need to send the message to the breakout rooms.
All
There is a,
breakout rooms is closed.
yes. Okay. Now I see. Now I understand you, Aman. So Aman, now please ask them each group 5 minutes or 4 minutes just to give what did they discussed.
Yeah. Дорогие коллеги, сейчас вот предлагаю от каждой группы, да, одному выступить. Относительно нашей группы мы уже определили. Вам 3 минуты. По-моему, если наша группа готова, третья группа, да, Гульмирджике, если вы здесь, можете выступить. Третья группа.
Так, коллеги, немножко у меня ноутбук подвисает. Значит, здравствуйте. Очень рада сегодня быть участником сегодняшнего вебинара. Очень интересная и такая злободневная тема сегодня обсуждается. Значит, по нашей группе было два вопроса. Первый вопрос был о том, как мы работаем, да, с конфиденциальностью и личной информацией, как студентов, как извещены студенты об этом, да, информированы ли они, для каких целей мы используем их информацию, подписывают ли они какой-то определенный документ, который разрешает, да, использовать их личные данные. Значит, мы обсудили в нашей группе с коллегами и сделали такие выводы о том, что да, мы на основе закона о конфиденциальности, да, и сохранности личных данных во всех вузах нашей страны ограничен доступ к личным данным студентов. В частности, в нашем университете, на примере, если взять наш университет, Кыргызской государственный технический университет имени Разакова, то у нас доступ к личным карточкам успеваемости студентов имеют только ограниченные лица. То есть если до этого все имели доступ к этому, то после принятия закона мы ограничили доступ к этим личным данным. Значит, студентов мы в устной форме на кураторских часах в большинстве вузов информируем о том, что мы собираем, храним, используем личные данные студентов. Если в некоторых вузах подписываются какие-то письменные соглашения со студентами об использовании их личных данных, то в некоторых вузах пока это не осуществляется. Значит, что касается цифрового поведения, политики о цифровом поведении, хранении, то в этом случае вот как раз-таки вот студенты не подписывают, да, в большинстве случаев документы о том, что они согласны на использование их данных. Что касается второго вопроса об академической честности и использовании, разрешении использования искусственного интеллекта в работе. Здесь в большинстве вузов и есть положение об антиплагиате, то есть допустимая процент оригинальности, да, работ, курсовых работ и выпускных квалификационных работ. Ну, я хочу сказать, что в частности в КГТУ пока мы курсовые работы на антиплагиат не проверяем, проверяем только выпускные квалификационные работы и выпускные работы магистрантов, а также PhD-студентов и аспирантов. Значит, пункта о использовании ИИ или, точнее, норме, да, использования ИИ в большинстве в этих положениях нет. Также пока нет нормативов по использованию искусственного интеллекта профессорско-преподавательским составом. То есть насколько мы тоже можем использовать ИИ, допустим, когда делаем лекции, презентации, да, что-то новое там раскрываем и так далее. Так, у меня все, коллеги, пожалуйста.
Спасибо большое.
Мгм.
Коллеги, первая группа, да, по-моему, или вторая группа?
Здравствуйте. Первая группа тоже готовы. Хотели бы тоже озвучить. Можно будет вот демонстрировать вопросы, поставить на демонстрацию, да, перечень вопросов, которые были разделены по комнатам, да? Да, у нас вот первый был. Да. Good afternoon, our colleagues. Yeah, we are really glad to be here, and thank you so much for these materials, yeah, for useful materials. And if we say about first questions, we discussed with our colleagues, and we have some 7 items connect with it. Yeah, first one, it's really difficult materials for students. Yeah, when lecturer gives some hard and difficult materials. First one. Second one, it's fear. They are really afraid to be shamed with their group mates or maybe other students. That's why. The third one, it's connect not enough time, lack of time. First one, maybe it's connect with lazy. Sometimes students, they are so lazy. Fifth, it's absence of interest to this lesson. It's not interesting material, maybe not interesting lesson. Sixth one, it's no knowledge how to use methods, maybe body structure or requirements. And last one, it's connect with critical thinking. And if we say about seconds, we can say it's connect with instruction for use AI. As a lecturer, at first we have to give some instruction, yeah, for use AI in correct way, in good way. Second one, it's prescribe ethical standards, yeah. Third one, it's use AI to find and correctly use sources of information and literature. It's really important. Next one, it's connect checking the response from AI, because some students, they don't read some answer, give this information to lecturer or teacher, yeah, and we see some really bad answers. Yeah, it's not correct even. And fifth, give AI the task of formatting the article correctly according to the requirements. For example, it's connect maybe font, maybe size, line spacing, without wasting time. And last one, it's improvement and development of AI skills. We should, I guess, don't judge our students and give some really good motivations, because it's an important in future life. We must or have to use AI and give some good, correct direction using of AI and improve AI skills. That's it. Thank you so much.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you.
Здравствуйте.
Ага.
Мы вторая
Здравствуйте.
группа. Можно, да, я поделюсь?
Конечно.
Так, дадите мне? У меня демонстрация экрана. Можете дать, Нургуля? Так. Хорошо. Ну, мы в нашей группе обсудили, насколько часто вы используете искусственный интеллект в своей работе и какие риски существуют. Это был первый вопрос. Но действительно все коллеги используют искусственный интеллект для разработки заданий и для оценивания. И, конечно же, к чему это может привести? Это студенты, не только студенты и преподаватели здесь уже теряют возможность анализа, самостоятельного принятия решения. И также студенты потом в дальнейшем не смогут проверять факты, делать выводы. И отсюда появляется меньше живое общение Если, например, мы делаем задания сами, это будет более проходить в живом формате, да? Так, то есть снижение критического мышления студентов и самостоятельного анализа. Также здесь риск межличностного отношения. Например, если работают в группе обычно, да, они обсуждают, каждый говорит свою идею. А если, значит, студенты будут брать материалы и ответы с искусственного интеллекта, они автоматически будут писать эти все записи, например, в презентациях или в каких-то программах. А вот именно межличного общения тоже не будет здесь. Так, и у нас второй вопрос был. Второй вопрос – этические нормы использования искусственного интеллекта при оценивании знаний студентов. Но здесь, конечно, студенты, во-первых, должны знать, что при оценивании их работ могут быть использован искусственный интеллект. И здесь, конечно, личные данные студентов должны быть, личные данные и студентов, и преподавателей здесь должны быть защищены. И, конечно же, здесь важно, что окончательная оценка должна быть за преподавателем, а искусственный интеллект должен быть использован только как помощник. Вот такие у нас результаты нашего обсуждения. Спасибо.
Спасибо, спасибо большое. Коллеги, dear professor, at this moment, maybe you will give some remarks or some your opinions, or we'll go forward.
No, I use the AI of the Zoom, try to translate as much as possible, and I understand from I said that thank you for number one. I think I agree. Number two, it was in English, was easy for me, and everything was mentioned about it. Literacy is very good. And number three is about teachers is really also very interesting for self-thinking about how we need to put the assignments, and students just want to get their assignments ready, and there is a missing of interpersonal communication between teacher and students. So yeah, this is actually some of the drawback of the generative AI, especially for plagiarism and for cheating. So it's really difficult. It's really difficult topic, but I think I saw one of the documents say that there is no tools to be checking some of the assignments. So it's really up to the teacher. I think the teacher should have access to some of the tools, or maybe the teachers really, if they have small classes, they can know the student. If a student is really weak and then suddenly the language is like, a popular philosopher explain this, suddenly like becomes super intelligent. This is of course a sign that they use generative AI or so. And this is unfortunately you cannot make guarantee that it is an AI without a tool or anything. So it's really challenging. But yeah, we just need to raise the awareness. We just need to also tell our students about these issues, and that when they are in the workforce and when they are doing further studies, they need really to put efforts into studying and delivering the assignments, and not only to rely on generative AI and then fail later on. Yeah.
Thank
But
you.
thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
I hope the workshop was at least good. Yeah. Thank you.
But dear professor, we have a translations, so you can maybe put on the translation into the English, because the remaining
Yes.
two presentation will be in Russian.
Yes.
They
I will
will
do that.
translate into the English language, okay?
Yes.
Okay. Уважаемые коллеги, тогда по программе у нас сейчас два доклада, две презентации получается. Первый доклад я сейчас сделаю, и второй доклад от Дианары Болотбековны, Министерства цифрового развития инновационных технологий. И насколько, так как вот Жанара Болотбековна большой специалист и представляет министерство, и поэтому я буду максимально как бы в сжатом виде это презентовать, потому что о цифровом кодексе будет второй доклад. И мне кажется, чтобы у вас было больше времени узнать, задать вопросы. Тогда, с вашего позволения, я начну свою презентацию. Сейчас демонстрация экрана. Коллеги, надеюсь, видно, да?
Да, все видно.
Спасибо. Коллеги, ну, надеюсь, мы получили очень хорошую ценную информацию относительно цифровой этики от нашего уважаемого профессора. И моя презентация будет о том, чему должны учить университеты. И прежде чем ответить на этот вопрос, позвольте остановиться на нескольких моментах. Во-первых, как мы все привыкли, мы думаем, что цифровизация – это как технический процесс, это как бы интернет, сервера, искусственный интеллект и тому подобное. Но в моем докладе я хочу остановиться о человеке в цифровом мире. То есть цифровое общество, вот 21 век – это век как бы цифровизации, инновации и человек в цифровом мире. То есть о том, как мы защищаем его данные, как формируем культуру поведения в сети, как воспитываем ответственное отношение к технологиям и какую роль должны сыграть университеты в этом процессе. Мой доклад «Цифровая этика, цифровые компетенции в высшем образовании Кыргызстана», чему должны учить школы и университеты. Но про школы я не буду останавливаться. Давайте рассмотрим университеты, да? И относительно вот понять, насколько мы как бы живем в цифровом мире, я вот привел некоторые данные, ну, это, мне кажется, это видно, на начало 2025 года. Я только что посмотрел, оказывается, есть свежие данные. Сегодня уже, на сегодняшний день в Кыргызстане именно количество интернет-пользователей уже где-то больше 7 миллионов. 7 миллионов. Но это со всеми, кто наши граждане, туристы, которые временно здесь находятся, иностранные студенты и тому подобное, да. То есть по охвату интернет-пользователей, да, по как бы, мировым стандартам, у нас как 89% почти 90% как бы охвачены интернетом. Активные пользователи мобильных как бы, подключений или мобильных связей, это где интернет, мобильный интернет, это где-то 11, почти 12 миллионов, 11,5 миллионов подключений. И на сегодняшний день, оказывается, уже количество пользователей социальных сетей, это уже 3,5 миллиона человек в Кыргызстане. Почти половина населения – это как бы пользователь социальных сетей. И таким образом интернет, получается, это не дополнительная среда, это уже основная среда жизни, обучения и коммуникации в нашем обществе. И если университет не присутствует в этой среде, институционально, воспитательно и этически, то мы перестаем быть воспитательным институтом 21 века. И почему цифровая этика стала критически важной именно сегодня, именно вот в 21 веке, да? Потому что именно в нашей стране. Потому что есть несколько процессов, фактов. Первый – это цифровая трансформация в Кыргызстане очень ускоряется. Мы приняли цифровой кодекс, у нас есть целая концепция по цифровой трансформации, у нас есть целая программа по повышению цифровой грамотности. И вот сейчас уже, оказывается, разрабатывается и вот стратегия по искусственному интеллекту. Мы видим, что процессы, которые ведут к наблюдению, допустим, усиливается регулирование контента, фейков, растут технологии наблюдения. И то есть уже цифровой мир уже существует, это реально. Все наши данные уже как бы через Тундук мы получаем, справки и так далее. В университетах уже системы ЛМС, системы CRM, не просто там хранение, обработка данных персональных или других данных студентов и преподавателей. Уже появляются, в других странах появляются платформы без преподавателей с использованием искусственного интеллекта и машин learning. Поэтому уже искусственный интеллект, цифровизация как бы стала реальностью, да, нашей жизни. И самое главное вот здесь, это не только, по-моему, у нас, но во всех странах, во всем мире, технологии становятся мощнее, а цифровая культура людей растет медленнее. То есть, если посмотреть на Кыргызстан, у нас как минимум 10 лет, да, последние 10 лет мы работаем над цифровизацией, да? Цифровизация, түндүк, очень много программ, очень много проектов, но именно вот цифровая грамотность населения, цифровая этика, вот это как бы отстает. Технологии, процессы идут быстрыми темпами, а именно формирование культуры, именно цифровой культуры, она отстает, сильно отстает. Вот, например, если мы начали, как я уже упомянул, цифровизацию 10 или 15 лет тому назад, только в этом году мы приняли концепцию цифровой трансформации, цифровой кодекс, нет, в этом, в 2024 году приняли, а цифровой кодекс только в этом году приняли, а по факту именно целую программу, государственную программу, правительственную программу по повышению цифровой грамотности мы приняли только в этом году. Получается, формирование культуры, цифровой культуры сильно отстает. И я не буду останавливаться на том, что такое цифровая этика, цифровая грамотность, потому что мы об этом все знаем. Чтобы сократить эту презентацию, давайте остановиться на нескольких моментах. Да? Что сегодня происходит в Кыргызстане? Я уже упомянул некоторые. Про цифровую трансформацию страны. Принята концепция трансформация Кыргызской Республики, концепция цифровой трансформации Кыргызской Республики на 2004 и 2008 годы. Главная цель этой концепции – экономическое развитие и повышение качества жизни через цифровизацию. И в концепции вот определяется 5 приоритетных направлений. Первое – это цифровое государственное управление, развитие инфраструктуры, цифровой инфраструктуры, цифровые навыки и образование, развитие цифровой экономики и кибербезопасность. То есть мы можем, вот для нас, что касается нас, вузов, университетов, образование и цифровые навыки включены как стратегический приоритет государства, а не как техническая задача. И вы знаете, что последние годы именно на цифровизацию уделяется очень пристальное внимание, реализуются очень большие проекты, не только в сфере образования и других отраслях, даже вот развитие цифровой экономики Кыргызстан уже, мне кажется, опережает другие страны региона. И вот на уровне президента, на уровне кабинета министров уже у вузов спрашивают кадры. Есть ли у вас кадры квалифицированные, которые способны возглавить этот процесс, которые будут полезными для осуществления именно цифровой трансформации. Это концепция цифровой трансформации, это общее видение государства, дорожная карта, стратегия. И в рамках этой концепции в этом году был принят цифровой кодекс. Про цифровой кодекс будет отдельный доклад. И поэтому сейчас я не буду останавливаться на цифровом кодексе. Основной момент там взаимодействие государства, бизнеса, граждан в цифровой среде, цифровой устойчивости и много других моментов. Но мне кажется, следующий докладчик подробно об этом расскажет. Поэтому давайте, самое главное, я хотел просто объяснить, что есть у нас цифровой кодекс, который вступит в силу в 2026 году, в январе. Цифровой кодекс уже принят. И этот кодекс уже объединяет очень многие моменты, очень много законодательных актов, которые раньше служили для регулирования именно вопросы, связанные с как бы цифровой культурой, да. И сейчас вот у нас есть единый документ, целый кодекс, и кодекс вступит, как я упомянул, в следующем году. И вот прежде чем приступить к тому, что чему учит университетом в 21 веке, сейчас некоторые моменты, некоторые проблемы, которые существуют в вузах, об этом мы все знаем. Вот когда мы спрашиваем, что такое цифровая грамотность, многие думают, что это просто знание, как бы опытный как бы пользователь компьютера или смартфона, да, умение пользоваться там компьютером или смартфоном. На самом деле это современная цифровая грамотность, она шире, это мы все понимаем, все знаем. Это не просто как бы пользоваться компьютером или смартфоном, это способность жить, общаться и работать в цифровой среде безопасно и этично. То есть это как бы шире. Надо рассматривать цифровую грамотность. И что она включает? Например, некоторые моменты, вот навыки проверки информации, понимание цифровых прав, ответственное онлайн-поведение, защиту персональных данных, понимание алгоритмов ИИ и умение противостоять кибербуллингу, критическое мышление в цифровой среде и так далее. И где сегодня находится вузы Кыргызстана? Где мы находимся сейчас? Очень много проблем, которые связаны с цифровой этикой, цифровой грамотностью. И первая проблема связана со студентами. То есть системное незнание принципов цифровой этики. Вот когда мы в группе обсуждали, вы тоже вот, об этом как бы чуть-чуть упомянули, что да, вот насколько студенты знают, что мы собираем их данные, но знают, но забыли. Многие на это не обращают. Какие данные мы собираем, как мы обрабатываем, где мы это храним, для каких целей используем. Поэтому у нас нет документов, где студенты дают согласие. Вот наш профессор то, что упомянул, если студент не согласен, допустим, чтобы мы обрабатывали или собирали его данные, или, допустим, делились, да, мы не имеем права. Да, допустим, это петиция, это как бы непозволительно. Но при поступлении они подписывают контракт, разные документы, но там есть, может, отдельный пункт. Но именно вот подписать согласие, как это делается в больших международных проектах, вот этого нет. Да? Например, есть очень много вопросов касаемо цифровой грамотности, цифровой этики. Были очень много случаев, когда вот профессора, доктора наук стали жертвами элементарного цифрового мошенничества. Элементарно. И это говорит о том, что, вот помните, да, обращались к президенту, Хамче Кудышевичу, да, вот, с просьбой принять меры и так далее. Да. Но это были элементарное мошенничество, цифровое мошенничество. И это говорит о том, что действительно именно ситуация с цифровой грамотностью у нас очень плохо, да, в данное время. И вот студенты вот с трудом отличают достоверные источники, не соблюдают правила цифровой безопасности, делятся своими данными, данными своих друзей, допустим, без спроса, без получения согласия и так далее. Это как бы очень часто практикуется. И вторая большая проблема, вот у нас профессор тоже спрашивал, это был второй вопрос, относительно политики университетов. Сегодня, к сожалению, в Кыргызстане в большинстве вузов отсутствует институциональной политики цифровой этики. Вот, как правило, нет кодексов цифровой этики, нет политики использования искусственного интеллекта, нет политики защиты данных. Может, мы будем ссылаться на законы, на какие-то, но мне кажется, у вузов должна быть своя политика, разработанные правила, инструкции, внутренние документы, да, и не просто наличие, а все должны знать, руководители, сотрудники, преподаватели, все должны знать и вот применять на практике, да. В итоге вот из-за того, что у университетов нет единой политики в этой сфере, университеты юридически уязвимы и управленчески слабы в цифровой среде. Поэтому эта необходимость очень острая. И следующая эта проблема, но это как бы стратегическая, это как бы главная проблема не отсутствие технологий, как я упомянул, а отсутствие управленческой и этической зрелости. То есть то, что у нас нет единой политики по именно по цифровой грамотности, по цифровой этике, это говорит о том, что мы слабы именно в управленческой и этических аспектах. Да? Именно вот руководители, лидеры университета, может быть, мы как бы не на должном уровне обращаем внимание на это. И теперь вот последний слайд. Чему должны учить университеты? Вот я это как бы сам не придумал. Это не чат GPT, это не с интернета получили. Это конкретные требования, это конкретные ожидания нашего государства. Прежде я упомянул, что у нас был принят в этом году, 14 февраля 2025 года, в этом году принята программа, целая программа повышения цифровой грамотности и обучения цифровым навыкам на 25 и 26 годы. То есть данная программа принята Кабинетом министров Кыргызской Республики постановлением, и это является частью концепции цифровой трансформации. Цель данной программы – масштабно повысить уровень цифровой грамотности населения и развить необходимые цифровые навыки. Ну, сроки это 25 и 26 годы. И то, что есть данная программа, это, по сути, сигнал всем, и школам, и колледжам, и университетам, что цифровая грамотность больше не может быть как бы факультативом, это общегосударственный приоритет. То есть это требование, это ожидание нашего государства, правительства. И вот я специально вывел таблицу, данная таблица, оттуда я взял, вот, цифровая грамотность. Какие навыки, как бы, какими навыками мы должны овладеть наши студенты, преподаватели. Вот в основном здесь вот про все население Кыргызстана, да, это как бы масштабное просвещение, речь идет о масштабном просвещении, но когда это касается нас, здесь вот четко разделили на подгруппы, здесь целых 5 блоков, и по 5 блокам, мне кажется, вузы должны работать. Первый блок, если мы посмотрим, это основные цифровые навыки, работа с компьютерами, смартфонами, офисными приложениями, управление файлами. Как бы это базовый уровень, без которого студент или преподаватель не может эффективно учиться и работать. Второй блок – это информационная и дата-грамотность. То есть поиск информации в интернете, оценка достоверности и качества источников, управление и организация данных. Здесь как раз начинается тот самый фундамент цифровой этики, то есть умение отличать факты от манипуляций, понимать, что такое ответственное обращение с данными. И третий блок – это коммуникация и сотрудничество. То есть использование электронной почты, мессенджеров, видеоконференций, совместная работа онлайн, управление собственной цифровой идентичностью и репутацией. Для университетов это зона, где мы должны учить не только, как включить Zoom, но и тому, что такое уважительное общение онлайн, что недопустимо в цифровой среде и какие последствия имеют токсичные практики. Четвертый блок – это цифровое творчество и создание контента. Мне кажется, это очень важно для нас, потому что, да, использовать разные там цифровые технологии, программы, харды, да, аппараты – это одно, но создать что-то, контент – это совсем другое. Поэтому четвертый блок – это цифровое творчество и создание контента. Умение, то есть создавать и редактировать текстовый, графический, мультимедийный контент, знать основы программирования и вычислительного мышления, использование цифровых инструментов для решения задач. То есть университеты не просто потребители, да, контента, а создатели. И ответственность за создаваемый контент также является частью цифровой этики. И, наконец, пятый блок – это безопасность и устойчивость. Защита устройств и данных от киберугроз, защита личных данных, психологическая и физическая устойчивость при постоянном использовании технологий, обеспечение конфиденциальности. И вот таким образом вот у нас национальная, можно сказать, программа, вот государственная программа по повышению цифровой грамотности указаны вот эти 5 блоков. И мне кажется, в университете мы должны взять эти ориентиры, эти инструкции как бы на вооружение. И как бы подытоживая, я хочу просто говорить, цифровая этика – это не предмет, как бы это культура управления знаниями, технологиями и человеком. Поэтому я надеюсь, что сегодняшние доклады, презентации будут полезными. И то, что мы обсуждали в группах, и мы выяснили, что большинство вузов отсутствует единой политикой по цифровой грамотности, по созданию именно цифровой культуры внутри университета. Это показывает, что мы действительно отстаем. Спасибо. Спасибо за внимание. Коллеги, если будут вопросы, готов отвечать в любое время. Даже готовы сотрудничать. Я всегда заявляю, Салмет университет всегда открыт к сотрудничеству. Мне кажется, если вузы, мы объединимся, несколько вузов, сделаем очень хорошие документы по цифровой этике, кодексы, правила по использованию искусственного интеллекта и так далее. Мне кажется, мы должны объединить наши ресурсы и возможности для этого. Уважаемые коллеги, и теперь позвольте мне предоставить слово следующему спикеру, докладчику. У нас следующий доклад про цифровой кодекс, который был принят в июле текущего года. У нас спикер Жанара Болотбековна, Кумамбетова Жанара Болотбековна, заведующая отделом кибербезопасности электронной подписи Министерства цифрового развития и инновационных технологий Кыргызской Республики. Жанара Болотбековна, я надеюсь, вы с нами, да?
Да, здравствуйте. Приветствую всех участников. Спасибо за приглашение принять участие и донести так до вас основные положения цифрового кодекса. Сейчас я поделюсь своей презентацией. Амангелди, я не могу поделиться, пока у вас открыто.
Я сейчас закрою.
Да.
Все.
Угу.
Жанара Болотбековна, спасибо вам за согласие.
Я очень рада всегда помогать студентам осваивать новое законодательство, потому что цифровой кодекс для многих очень непонятен. Вот. Единственное, я очень извиняюсь, у меня ограниченное время до 5:30, потому что у меня там дальше будет следующая встреча. Постараюсь все уложиться в это время. Сейчас, минутку. Вы видите, да, мой экран?
Да, видно.
Вот, как уже Амангелди упомянул, цифровой кодекс был принят, да, в июле 2025 года. Только немного хотела поправить, он вступит в действие 5 февраля 2026 года. Также предысторию немного расскажу. В течение 30 лет нашей независимости Кыргызской Республики накопилось очень много нормативно-правовых актов, которые регулируют, да, раньше это говорили электронную среду, сейчас уже употребляется термин цифровая среда. Мы проводили анализ совместно с экспертами и выявили более 100 нормативно-правовых документов, которые в разрозненном виде, да, регулируют те или иные вопросы, касающиеся правоотношений в цифровой среде. И как раз цифровой кодекс призван урегулировать, упорядочить все эти термины, все правила взаимоотношения в цифровой среде в один такой кодекс, который регулирует все эти правоотношения. Цифровым кодексом предусматривается глубокое обновление, структурирование и систематизация норм права, содержащихся в 5 основных нормативно-правовых актов, которые у нас сейчас пока действуют. Это вот закон об электронном управлении, закон об электронной подписи, закон об электрической и почтовой связи. И еще там 2 документа есть. Со вступлением в силу цифрового кодекса эти 5 законов, они теряют свою силу. Все положения были перенесены в цифровой кодекс, но уже более в совершенном виде. Над цифровым кодексом работало очень много людей, очень много специалистов, экспертов со всего мира. За основу было взято тоже мировой опыт, все основные документы Европейского Союза, США, другие, в том числе на территории СНГ, проанализированы и переложены на реалии, да, Кыргызской Республики, то, что, чтобы нам было удобно пользоваться цифровой средой. Вот. Вот эти все 5 документов упоминается вот об информации персонального характера, закон о биометрической регистрации граждан также. Вот, цифровой кодекс не регулирует контентную часть и интеллектуальную собственность. Цифровой кодекс, он технологически нейтрален и контентно нейтрален. То есть это имеется в виду, мы не говорим, какой вы должны пользоваться железом, да, образно говоря, каким железом вы будете пользоваться. Цифровой кодекс регулирует только взаимоотношения, цифровые технологические системы. Контентную часть мы вообще не трогали в цифровом кодексе. Также в цифровом кодексе вводятся такие понятия, как данные, цифровые данные и записи, цифровые ресурсы и реестры, сайты, приложения, сервисы, это цифровые сервисы и государственные сервисы, доверенные сервисы, цифровая экосистема. Немного вот разъясните, если сейчас вот мы употребляем такой термин, как государственные услуги, в цифровом кодексе это называется государственные сервисы. Доверенные сервисы – это сервисы, сервисы электронной подписи, которые, как сейчас называется в кодексе, это сервисы цифровой подписи, цифрового архива, создание доверенной среды Кыргызской Республики. И технологические системы – это центры обработки данных, телекоммуникационные сети, системы искусственного интеллекта, и также делятся на инфраструктуру, земли, здания, строения, сооружения и доступ к инфраструктуре. Также цифровым кодексом вводится понятие отраслевых регуляторов, то есть это на уровне данных отраслевой регулятор в сфере защиты персональных данных, который сейчас выполняет, эти полномочия выполняет Государственное агентство по защите персональных данных. На уровне сервисов вводится понятие отраслевого регулятора национальной экосистемы, и на уровне систем отраслевой регулятор телекоммуникаций. Отраслевой регулятор телекоммуникаций – это так называемое агентство по связи, которое курирует область по связи. Да? Раньше у нас назывался этот закон об электричестве и почтовой связи, вводится понятие телекоммуникации. Цифровые данные и ресурсы регулируются общим положением о регулировании больших данных, интернет-вещей, регулируется, то есть понятия из закона о защите персональных данных переведены в цифровой кодекс. Также регулируется понятие пространственных данных и цифровых реестров. Есть по цифровым сервисам главы отдельные по общее положение о цифровых сервисах, государственный сервис, национальная цифровая экосистема, сервисы цифрового благополучия, доверенный сервис, телекоммуникационные сервисы, и по техносистеме это вот общее положение, регулирование, телекоммуникационные сети и система искусственного интеллекта регулируются. Также в цифровом кодексе вводится понятие как специальное регулирование, это так называемые песочницы. Идея была в том, что с развитием технологий требуется перед внедрением таких вот инновационных технологий необходимо отработать, провести как бы тестирование, да, внедрение и работы таких систем. Поэтому по инициативе любого субъекта вносится такое предложение по специальному регулированию регулятору. И так как это специальное регулирование, которое освобождает от некоторых обязанностей законодательных, то данное специальное регулирование утверждается президентом и на 3 года только. По результатам там, тестовых таких вот работ в течение 3 лет при достижении каких-то результатов положительных, то это выливается во внесение изменений в законы и развитие уже на постоянной основе данных инновационных систем и сервисов. Если же такой результат будет отрицательным, то указ президента специально регулярно отменяется, и на этом вопрос закрывается. Так же, как вот Амангелди тоже говорил, в цифровым кодексом вносится понятие такое, как цифровая устойчивость. То есть мы все знаем, что кибербезопасность, защита систем состоит из 3 основных, да, столпов. Это цифровая устойчивость, кибербезопасность и защита данных. В цифровом кодексе внедряется понятие как цифровая устойчивость, управление рисками, то есть рискоориентированная разработка информационных технологических систем. А уже отдельные нормы обеспечения кибербезопасности регулируются законом о кибербезопасности Кыргызской Республики, который был принят в 2024 году, и подзаконными актами по безопасности. Вот в цифровом кодексе также внедряется, регулируются цифровые пространственные данные, да, геоданные. Это данные о местоположении, координаты, то есть то, что мы всегда повседневно мы все используем, когда пользуемся различными картами с отслеживанием местоположения. Также отдельно регулируются картографические данные о взаимном расположении объектов, то есть это оцифровка бумажных карт и создание цифровых картографических карт. И геодезические о строении Земли. Основные научные данные необходимы для защиты окружающей среды и проведения исследований. То есть это предоставление данных на цифровой карте, взаимодействие через API с помощью геосайта, с помощью спутников. Какие изменения в части регулирования персональной информации? То есть вносится такое изменение, что меняются процедуры получения согласия. То есть сейчас в законе о защите персональных данных необходимо обязательно согласие субъекта персональных данных на обработку его данных. Да? Мы в цифровом кодексе в соответствии с новейшими, да, технологиями зачастую, когда вы даете согласие на обработку своих данных, вы просто ставите галочку swap, да, как так называемый. Поэтому в цифровом кодексе мы это все указали, что не обязательно только давать письменное согласие или заполнять какую-то специальную форму. Достаточно поставить галочку, ознакомиться с правилами обработки ваших данных и согласиться.
Вас не слышно.
Я извиняюсь. Сейчас, минутку.
Да, все, теперь слышно.
Слышно? Все. То есть, получается, в соответствии с цифровым кодексом можно дать свое согласие, просто поставив галочку на условиях обработки персональных данных, и вводится понятие обработки персональных данных на основе договорных отношений. То есть, если есть договорные отношения, то не нужно уже давать свое отдельное согласие на обработку. И дается понятие как юридически значимые использование технологий при обработке данных. Это, то есть, при использовании искусственного интеллекта, больших данных необходимо соблюдать особые требования по защите персональных данных. И вводится понятие как защита персональных данных детей. Есть тоже требования по форме согласия по обработке персональных данных детей. То есть они должны быть преподнесены как бы в понятном виде, чтобы ребенок мог понять, какие данные обрабатываются. То есть сейчас зачастую, когда вы даете свое согласие на обработку данных в тех же вот социальных сетях, это многостраничные документы, которые ребенку очень сложно понять. Поэтому в цифровом кодексе было решено отдельно прописать, что когда ребенок пользуется интернетом или технологическими системами, когда он дает согласие или его родители дают согласие на обработку персональных данных, эти правила должны быть изложены в доступной форме. Относительно технологических систем, многих вопросов возникает, что такое технологические системы. Сейчас мы используем такое понятие, как информационная система. Цифровым кодексом мы меняем термин на технологическую систему, потому что информационная система немного на данный момент уже устарело понятие, потому что даже вот картотека в бумажном виде, как здесь, уже можно сказать, что это информационная система, потому что, ну, как бы информация систематизирована, она несет, содержит в себе информацию, чем не информационная система. Поэтому, чтобы именно выделить именно те системы, которые функционируют в цифровой среде, вводится понятие как технологическая система, то есть это цифровые структуры, программы, базы данных и обработка именно цифровых данных. И вводится понятие как пользователь, сторона, реализовавшая доступность системы, владелец, сторона, разработавшая или получившая право на управление, и потребитель, сторона, использующая сервис на основе техносистемы. То есть это владелец, это та организация или госорган, который является автором этой технологической системы или которая получила использовать эти технологические системы в своей работе для своих же систем. И пользователь это уже, который агрегирует эти все доступные технологические системы, уже и доносят до потребителя. То есть тот, кто, это уже все граждане, да, обычные пользователи, которые пользуются данными технологическими системами. Очень важный вопрос для студентов, наверное, технических профессий, будущих разработчиков, будущих айтишников. То, что в цифровом кодексе регулируется принципы проектирования искусственного интеллекта. То есть уже на данный момент, наверное, уже невозможно представить себе работу в цифровой среде без использования средств искусственного интеллекта. Также это уже такая мировая повестка, что львиная доля стартапов сейчас на данный момент касается именно в области разработки решений с использованием искусственного интеллекта. Поэтому цифровой кодекс призван регулировать средства и правила использования, разработки и использования программ искусственного интеллекта. То есть они должны отвечать основным принципам. Это снижение рисков, рискоориентированный подход разработки, прозрачность, то есть имеется в виду, что при разработке должен быть четкий текст задания, объяснены должны быть цели разработки данной системы, должна быть точность в изложении, то есть в результатах работы данной технологической системы. Она должна быть надежной, то есть именно должна быть отказоустойчивость, рискоориентированный подход, обеспечена безопасность, кибербезопасность, цифровая устойчивость. И самое главное, центральный элемент условий – это быть под контролем человека всегда. Ограничения по разработке искусственного интеллекта, техносистем искусственного интеллекта, это не должно быть запрещено разрабатывать систему искусственного интеллекта, которые заведомо нарушают закон, повышенной опасности. Если объяснить повышенной опасности, цифровым кодексом носятся такие понятия, как данные, которые называются данные системы повышенной опасности, то есть это охраняемые блага основные, которые защищаются законом, законодательством, это жизнь и здоровье людей, права и свобода человека и гражданина, окружающая среда, обороноспособность государства, национальная безопасность государства и общественный правопорядок. То есть эти системы, которые затрагивают все эти вопросы охраняемых благ, они относятся к системам повышенной опасности. Взаимодействие с человеком, то есть должно быть понятны инструкции, правила взаимодействия технологических систем искусственного интеллекта с человеком. И реализовавшие дипфейки при использовании технологических систем искусственного интеллекта, которые используют так называемые дипфейки, должна быть маркировка так называемая, да, то есть пользователь должен быть информирован, что данный контент, данный материал именно сгенерирован с помощью искусственного интеллекта. И ограничения, конечно, есть по использованию искусственного интеллекта в государственном управлении, в государственных технологических системах. Вот система искусственного интеллекта с высокой степенью риска, вот как я уже сказала, это вот затрагивающая жизнь и здоровье людей. Ну, не буду повторяться. Если коротко, основные моменты я изложила. Конечно, зачастую многим людям очень сначала очень трудно будет воспринимать, да, читать этот цифровой кодекс. Его нужно читать, конечно, уже сейчас, потому что изучать его, потому что при разработке уже вот технологических систем нужно именно ориентироваться на нормы цифрового кодекса и подзаконные акты тоже. Но внедряется цифровым кодексом очень много новых терминов, терминологии, заменяются старые понятия, поэтому сейчас пока для многих это очень непривычно и непонятно, много вопросов, но Министерство цифрового развития и инновационных технологий постоянно проводим мы обучение для государственных служащих. Также у нас вы можете также обратиться к нам с вопросами за разъяснениями по нормам цифрового кодекса, потому что, да, для многих непонятно, да, что относится к технологическим системам, что относится к цифровым ресурсам, непонятно, как разрабатывать системы, новые правила по защите персональных данных, новые понятия, как пространство, доверенное пространство, цифровые подписи, цифровые архивы. Вот, но мы должны уже отвечать нормам, как бы вызовам сегодняшнего дня и будущего, когда мы уже, наша жизнь уже неотделима от цифровой среды уже, и поэтому цифровой кодекс призван именно создать благоприятные условия для человека в цифровой среде, защитить его права, свободы, и чтобы не были его нарушены основные права, его защита, была обеспечена защита его персональных данных, чтобы были защищены дети, и защита именно как бы от тех же дипфейков, да, потому что уже технологические системы искусственного интеллекта уже используются повсеместно. Ну, коротко, если это так, я извиняюсь, если это немного было сумбурно, потому что цифровой кодекс очень обширный, очень сложно его уместить как бы в 15 минут выступления. Ну, как я сказала, мы готовы отвечать на вопросы. Если есть потребность, можно обратиться письменно или по телефонам в Министерство цифрового развития и инновационных технологий за разъяснениями. Мы всегда готовы помочь вам понять цифровой кодекс. Спасибо.
Динара Болотбековна, спасибо вам за доклад, за презентацию и вообще за согласие сегодня выступить у нас. И действительно, цифровой кодекс это для нас новое, да? Это как бы вступит в силу в феврале, оказывается, да? 5 февраля 26 года, да?
Да.
В следующем году. И если вы видите, там, оказывается, вопрос есть, штрафы, насчет штрафов. Предусмотрены ли штрафы при нарушении цифрового кодекса?
Как известно, чтобы установить штрафы, это все регулируется уголовно-процессуальными кодексами отдельными, да, гражданским кодексом. В Цифровом кодексе есть только ссылки о несении ответственности за нарушение норм Цифрового кодекса и подзаконных актов. Отдельные уже как бы нормы, условия штрафов, как и других форм как бы ответственности регулируются другими подзаконными актами и гражданскими уголовно-процессуальными кодексами.
Мгм. И у меня такой вопрос отдельный вот, относительно других законов, да, закон о защите персональных данных, закон о кибербезопасности. А в будущем, как бы, они останутся, эти законы, или они будут как бы интегрированы в цифровой кодекс?
Нет, как я уже вначале сказала, цифровым кодексом задается только понятие как цифровая устойчивость, а требования по обеспечению кибербезопасности, они регулируются законом о кибербезопасности и другими подзаконными актами, которые разрабатываются и утверждаются органом по национальной безопасности.
То есть интеграции этих законов в цифровой кодекс не будет, да? То есть это отдельно останется. Всё, спасибо.
Да.
Коллеги, есть ли у вас вопросы спикеру? Так. Есть один вопрос.
Да, я вижу, повлияет ли кодекс на изменение названия образовательных программ. К примеру, сейчас программа называется «Информационные системы и технологии». Скорее всего, да, потребуется изменить, но это, конечно же, требует времени по адаптации уже, потому что в феврале невозможно, да, что в феврале все сразу изменилось. Ну да, потому что уже и применяются новые терминологии в соответствии с цифровым кодексом.
Всё, спасибо. Спасибо за ответ. Коллеги, других вопросов нету, да? Жанара Болотбековна, тогда вам спасибо большое, огромное спасибо. Надеемся на сотрудничество с вашим министерством, с вами. И вот еще раз большое спасибо.
Спасибо за приглашение, спасибо за внимание. Надеюсь на дальнейшее сотрудничество. Спасибо большое всем. До свидания.
Спасибо.
Recording in progress.
Коллеги, на этом у нас, мне кажется, все. Это был последний у нас докладчик. И вот время подытожить, подвести итоги. Я хочу дать слово уважаемому профессору, профессор Мухаммад Халил. Можете, может быть, как-то подытожить ваше мнение. И от нас, от себя лично я хочу вам выразить благодарность вам за ваше время, за прекрасную презентацию. Получили очень много информации. Как модератор, если подытожить, на мой взгляд, презентации были информативными, полезными, да, для нас. Мне кажется, вот то, что происходит у нас в Кыргызстане, касаемо цифрового кодекса, цифровой трансформации, то, что они быстрыми темпами происходят, мы должны обязательно учесть во внимание и как бы внедрять в наших вузах и применять, да, эти как бы положения, постановления и так далее. И относительно международного опыта, опыта Европейского Союза, это был действительно очень полезен для нас. Мы узнали очень много моментов. И я надеюсь, что, профессор, с вами мы можем контактировать, да, с вашего позволения, писать вам, если какие-то вопросы будут относительно вот, цифровой грамотности, цифровой этики. Сегодня мы стали свидетелем, что вы очень хороший эксперт именно в сфере цифровой этики. Очень много вы нам показали свои публикации, книжки, И вот надеемся вот с вами сотрудничать в дальнейшем. И вам слово, чтобы подытожить ваше мнение. Спасибо большое.
Yes. Thank you, Aman, and thanks to all the participants and also also for your presentation, Aman, and your colleagues. I think I really don't have of a big conclusion here. It's just like I think you covered that well, Aman, is that we have to cope up quickly, and I've been hearing here in Europe that we need to cool down a little bit. Is that because it's too fast and we are just running out of energy and time and we can't cope up. It's really very quick. And yeah, I just hope that the presentation was helpful and we will share the slides. And yeah, it's from time to time I keep updating my slides, and I also need to cope up because it's very changing very quickly. So hopefully the presentation, the information here, or at least left you with some self-thought, and it's a very important topic about academic integrity and ethics. So yeah, I hope it has been fruitful, and thank you very much for being here and for the organization, Erasmus Plus Office, and all the audience, also the interpreters. Thank you very much.
Нургуля, может, вам слово дать?
Спасибо большое всем участникам, спикеру, господину Мухаммаду Халилу, модератору. Большое спасибо всем за то, что уделили время, нашли в своем плотном графике, и мы очень надеемся, что информация была очень полезной для вас. Что касается сертификатов, мы всем участникам зарегистрированы на этот семинар, вышлем опросник. Вы заполните онлайн-форме, да, этот опросник анонимный, и после заполнения, как только у нас появится галочка в системе, мы вам вышлем ваши сертификаты. Просим учесть, что сертификаты будут высланы только тем участникам, которые прослушали семинар до конца, а все материалы спикера, все презентации сегодняшних гостей будут, конечно, опубликованы у нас на сайте erasmusplus.kg. И также у нас весь день сегодня была трансляция на нашем YouTube-канале, то есть вы можете еще раз прослушать информацию на YouTube, если кто-то что-то упустил. Так, спасибо всем большое. Thank you, dear Muhammad Khalil.
Thank you a lot, all the participants, dear Muhammad Khalil. Thank you again for your time, for these nice presentations. And I hope that we will continue our cooperations, because we saw that you are very big experts in this area, in digital ethics. So thank you so much on behalf of our teams, on behalf of from these universities of Kyrgyzstan. We are very thankful for this great and very productive seminar. Thank you. And I once again want to thank you to National Erasmus Office in Kyrgyzstan. Thank you so much. You really doing very great job for us, for all these universities in Kyrgyzstan. And thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and I hope next time you invite me in person. I will not accept webinar, okay?
You're
Because I
welcome.
want to,
Welcome.
yes,
Anytime.
I want to taste the food and the coffee and everything, yeah?
Of course. We welcome you with great pleasure in Kyrgyzstan.
Thank you.
Anytime.
Thank you. And I hope to see you also in Norway. You're welcome. But not now. It's very cold. Okay. Okay. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.